I would ask those of you who don't speak Bulgarian to please put your translation on. That would be very kind of you. Or maybe a good reason to start learning Bulgarian, so that next year when we come, you'll be better prepared. Okay. New Direction. Фундацията за европейска реформа е...
The New Direction Foundation is the official foundation of the ECR, founded by Margaret Thatcher. The need of such a foundation was brought up by the fact that now is a time for radical transition, and now is a time for discussion for the future of Europe through numerous events, reports, and online content. New Direction is forming the discussion for the European Union. Today we have this hybrid meeting, which means that there will be people present and online. If once again, we have the Warsaw Institute and the European Democratic Youth Networks are our partners. As in the past, we are striving to get together representatives of the European institutions, national bodies, and parliaments of the region, the academia, and NGOs to assess the current status of the EU accession and to express our support for continuation of the process of expansion. We're starting with Angel Jambaski, the vice president of this foundation, and Ivailo Volchev, member of the ECR from There Is Such a People. Before that, Mr. Volchev, you have the floor. Welcome, everybody. My name is Ivailo Volchev, one of the co-hosts of this event. I will allow myself a few personal remarks, although this is an official event. For the first time, I have the pleasure of speaking in this capacity here, and I'm very happy that in our country we are holding such a forum, which is a platform for important conversations and for exchange of ideas. This is very important because the Western Balkans are becoming closer and closer to the heart of the issues of Europe. I'm glad that here everybody is going to say their opinion. For me, it would be important to hear what your thoughts are about this, because apart from being a part of the European Parliament, I'm also a member of the delegations for the Republic of North Macedonia, and I will be a member of the delegation on part of the ECR shadow rapporteur for Kosovo and North Macedonia, so it will be very important for me to know the opinions of all of you on these topics. I'm not going to talk a lot because there is somebody who is able to say much more about me and the organization of this meeting. Let me give the floor to the person who is the deputy chair of the New Direction Foundation, who 7 years ago created this forum and this platform. Obviously, he did something sufficiently good and useful because it continues to exist to this day, and to gather such personalities in one place. It's my greatest pleasure to give the floor to Angel Jambaski. Thank you, Mr. Volchev, Bulgarian representative in the European Parliament, Madam Mitova, MP, Mr. Yordanov, MP, guests and friends, Mr. Czernetsky, Mr. Berg, Mr. Ucic, Mr. Van Orden. For me, it's a pleasure and honor to greet you and to have this meeting dedicated on the Western Balkans. Before we start with the first panel, allow me to say a few words about the goal of this conference, about its use, and it is obvious the countries of the Western Balkans historically, culturally, geographically belong to Western Europe, and it's in our common interest for us Bulgarians and our friends and neighbors from Albania, Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, all of them to be one day a part of the European Union. This is categorical and undoubtedly our common geopolitical interests. Of course, this path is not without hurdles. There are many criteria, and this is good. For example, the Copenhagen criteria, which clearly say what the path of each country which will be a candidate member, and then how it will be able to join the European family. Today we're going to talk about the accession of the Western Balkan countries in detail, but before that, allow me to present you briefly somebody whom I have taken lessons from, Jeffrey Van Orden, who is here. He's the foundation, or one of the founders of New Direction Foundation. He is a British officer, 20 years British representative. He's a CBE. He's a last representative of the Conservatives when they were part of the EU. His heritage is important. He was a rapporteur for Bulgaria. He knows Bulgaria excellently, and he has helped us a lot for some of the issues to be resolved in the accession process. So please applaud Mr. Van Orden. And now we are starting with the first panel, accession to the EU of the Western Balkan countries and the plan for enlargement of the EU. As I said, the countries of the Western Balkan countries belong to the European Union, but there are some issues which need to be resolved, and today we are going to allow the participants in the first panel to familiarize you with this topic. The first person whom I will invite to this stage is Maciej Tiburski, Vice President of the Warsaw Institute. Please come to the fore. The next person is my friend from 10 years, a Polish representative in the European Parliament, Richard Czarnecki. Richard, come to the floor. Arbenita Miekidzi, Euro integration expert. She's online. And Mr. Jordanov, Toshko Jordanov, Member of Parliament, Chair of the group of There Is Such a People in the Bulgarian Parliament. Juliana Armas, Program Coordinator and Researcher of the Hungarian Institute of International Relations. She's here in person. Edith Hadji, founder and member of the board of the Albanian Political Center, former Deputy Foreign Minister of Albania. Mr. Van Orden, please come to the fore to hear your speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a great pleasure it is to be back in Bulgaria, back in Sofia, with weather very similar to how it is at home in the UK. As Angel has mentioned, I was very involved for some years as the rapporteur for Bulgaria for accession to the European Union. I got to know this country very well and made many friends. In spite of continued political turbulence, Bulgaria has steady economic growth, full employment, low inflation, and is seeing a gradual improvement in the living standards of the people. but there is still much to be done. Now, at that time, 17 years ago, the key point for me was strategic, the need to confirm Bulgaria as part of the family of European democracies. The same might now be said of the Western Balkans. The West was once seen by the rest of the world as a bastion of liberty, democracy, the rule of law, and increasing economic prosperity. This was especially true of my own country, the United Kingdom, admired for its proud history, its great traditions and institutions, its pragmatism, and above all, as an enduring rock of freedom. Today, even this is in doubt. Instead of projecting optimism, economic success, and confidence in ourselves, we now seem to be obsessed by self-flagellation and commitment to the new secular ideology of human rights and its consequences, mass immigration of peoples from other, often alien cultures, and rejection of much of our proud past through corrupted interpretations of our history. Some of this is self-generated, much is deliberately fed from outside. Our governments now prioritize entitlements over necessity. In my view, the greatest necessity is the freedom and security of our nations. We recognize that the world around us has changed dramatically. Thanks in large part to our own example and initiatives, there are now many prosperous countries around the world. Poverty is being alleviated, but no longer is one great power able to determine the global future. Information technology has been an enormous benefit to mankind. At the same time, false ideas can be spread like wildfire to millions within minutes through social media. Remember that old quote, "A lie can travel halfway around the world before the truth even gets its boots on." Our near total reliance on information technology for so many of our activities, including the control of national infrastructure and management of weapons systems, makes us increasingly vulnerable to cyber attack. Already it's happening on a daily basis as those with hostile intent probe our capabilities and cause disruption. In an increasingly transactional world where the West is no longer such an aspirational model, the autocratic powers and their proxies now feel confident to operate globally and with the aim of destroying our prosperity and freedoms. While we are consumed with defining gender, paying people not to work, and dismantling our industries, indifferent to the cohesion and security of our people, our enemies are building their strength and seducing erstwhile friendly countries around the world. In this region too, I have to say. This is the backdrop to the most immediate and urgent threat that has unfolded just a few miles away with the Russian attack on the Ukraine, aiming to recreate that failed Soviet Union and once more impose a Russian sphere of influence that embraces Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Russia is engaged in hybrid attack on Western allies through industrial sabotage, assassinations, provocations at allied borders, assisting irregular migration, malicious cyber activities, electronic interference, economic coercion, disinformation campaigns, and malign political influence. At this moment, we see this at work in nearby Romania's cancelled presidential elections. Not only must we give every possible support to Ukraine in her defense against aggression, but the West, every nation, needs to rearm, to upgrade its military capabilities, strengthen our defense industries, and focus on the NATO alliance. It's called credible deterrence. Moscow's strategy is threefold. Firstly, weaken the Western resolve through a campaign of disinformation and disruption, then convince Western public opinion to appease Russia in order to avoid conflict, and thirdly, to separate Europe from the United States, to break the transatlantic alliance that's been our savior and protection for over 80 years. This is why I believe the EU defence policy, essentially a 70-year-old French project aiming to create an autonomous EU defence structure separate from NATO, is not only wrong-headed but dangerous. The EU is not Europe. The transatlantic alliance needs to be strengthened, not chopped in half. You're constantly being told that America is turning its back on Europe, recycling its attentions, pivoting to Asia, and that Donald Trump, in particular, wants to take America out of NATO. Nothing could be further from the truth. What we need is more military capability backed by political will, not new structures. Ladies and gentlemen, we also face an enemy within. The hard left has never lost its loathing for our nations, for our great histories and traditions, for all that has made us who we are. It will do all that it can to disrupt our economies, target vital industries, and create fear and despair, particularly among younger people. Today, we're focused on a small part of the world, the Western Balkans, a diverse region with a declining population, currently at about 16 million. Just over a century ago, let's remember, it provided the spark that ignited the most devastating war in history. Much of the region suffered under a communist regime for nearly 50 years, albeit with a strained relationship with Moscow. Now 3 of the 6 states in this region are NATO members. And at its summit in Washington in July, NATO recognized the Western Balkans as an area of strategic importance for the alliance. But for reasons of history and of economic and energy needs, Russia and China again have a foothold, and Iran is meddling here. China developed ties with Albania during the 50s and 60s, but has now reinserted itself in the region, sensing the need for infrastructure development and wider financial support, with 14 European countries joining its Belt and Road Initiative, including most of the Western Balkans. Hesitancy by the West in embracing that region has enabled Russia to maintain influence through its connections with political parties, the Orthodox Church, and state services, but most significantly through its grip on the energy sector. But let's not forget, Russia has enormous weaknesses. Its war against Ukraine has cost it dearly. Its army has suffered some 600,000 casualties. That's equivalent to the whole population of Montenegro. The war takes up over 30% of all Russian government expenditure, and an economy reliant on oil and gas is highly volatile and unstable. While trying to sustain its Ukraine attack, Russia doesn't have the resources to play a significant global role, and we see this in Syria at the moment. It has to rely on dubious allies for both manpower and munitions. Putin may remain popular, but his people remain muzzled, ignorant about what is happening, and poor. Bear in mind that Russia has a GDP smaller than the UK's. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we must strengthen the cohesion of our nations, educate our young people about the reality of the threat we face, and carry out a moral rearmament to restore confidence and hope. Democracy and prosperity have been hard won over many centuries, but can easily be lost. It would take many generations to recover. The nations of Europe, that includes, of course, the United Kingdom, and indeed the Western Balkans, they have much in common and have contributed so much to the world. We have been the engine of global creativity and prosperity. As a matter of urgency, we need to find a new balance between advancing democratic ideals and meeting the strategic security threat. Our ideals of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law are not only worth defending, they are the hope of mankind. Let us show that we're proud of who we are, and that along with our great kindred ally, the United States, we have not only the resources but the resolve to protect that precious inheritance of freedom and to make a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. van den Orden. And now we'll start with the first panel. And as I said before, the title is The Accession of the Western Balkan countries to the European Union and Plans for Enlargement. Without doubt, our common consensus that all Western Balkan countries belong to the European civilization, their place is in the European Union. Despite all this, enlargement is not an easy process. On the contrary, on the one hand, the old member states have their own challenges. On the other hand, many countries from the Western Balkans cannot start negotiations for a number of reasons, and we're going to discuss those reasons. Sometimes we hear the argument that Bulgaria is an obstacle for North Macedonia to join the European Union, but that's not true. Remember the accession of Croatia economically, politically. Croatia seemed to be ready to join the European Union long before Bulgaria was ready. You know, their standard of living was higher, the way their society developed. But Slovenia, for years, perhaps for 7 years, they stopped Croatia joining the EU for reasons like access to the Adriatic Sea. So Croatia could not become a member of the European Union for bilateral reasons. But let's start our discussion with my guests and panelists. I'll start with Mr. Tiburski, who is the Vice President of the Warsaw Institute. Mr. Tiburski, Poland is a regional power in Europe. Historically, there have been various plans for the foreign policy of Poland, Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, the Mediterranean. So what do you think the Western Balkan countries should do in order to join the European Union? Because we have some of them that are in the process of negotiations, although negotiations have stalled now. Some countries want to start negotiations, but they have not started yet. And also, the North Macedonia is waiting. Kosovo Kosovo citizens are perhaps the most pro-European citizens, but they cannot start negotiations for a very simple reason, because many countries from Western Europe, they don't want to fulfill their commitments, like the visa liberalization. So what should we do in order to unblock this process? What should those countries do?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dzhambacki. It's always a pleasure to be a part of this vital discussion on the topic strategic for not only European Union but whole Europe as well. So Western Balkans joining the European Union. As you said, Poland joined European Union in 2004 during the largest enlargement in the history of this institution. We joined together with many Central European countries and together with Cyprus, which at the stage of joining the European Union didn't control its whole territory. So it was a comparable situation as we have, for example, in Moldova now, that has an issue with Transnistria region, and it's still struggling to join the European Union. But first, I would like to get back a little bit to the history of the Western Balkans within the European Union. It was underlined by Mr. Dzhambacki in his speech that historically the Western Balkans are to be a part of the European Union, and 21 years ago, in 2003, during the Thessaloniki summit, it was stated that the Western Balkans will become an integral part of the European Union, and the door to the institution are open for those countries. Currently, the EU enlargement process is at a crossroads with, of course, Western Balkans, Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, seeking the membership. And this is not only about joining the institution, this is about the development, this is about the strategy, this is about the geopolitics, which is one of the most vital areas in current world. We've mentioned Croatia joining in 2013. That was the last enlargement of the European Union, 11 years ago. Other countries from the region are facing severe delays due to reforms or bilateral disputes that are many ongoing right now. And before we move further to the Polish perspective and in general regional perspective on that matter, just two main points why do the Western Balkans matter for Europe and European Union. First of all, as I said, geopolitics. This is an extremely important region for the whole Europe. It cannot be left by the European Union as this gray area on the European map, especially looking at the current threats and risks, even mentioned by Mr. Van Orden. Second of all, of course, economic potential. Currently, the combined GDP of Western Balkans is pretty small in comparison to EU's GDP, but that is the reason why we need Western Balkans in the European Union as well. Joining the European Union will impact the economic development and will boost the economies. This is, even though the size of economies is small, the region offers a really high growth opportunities. So let's imagine all of the strategic investments, energy investments, railways, roads, that can boost not only the region itself, but can boost strategic security for the whole Europe and European Union. The Western Balkan countries are facing several challenges in the process of enlargement of the European Union. The countries are facing significant hurdles. Of course, we have the major issues such as judicial reform, freedom of expression, civil society engagement. We have a lot of restrictive environments for civil societies, for example, in Serbia. And of course, the EU pays a lot of attention to human rights and rule of law in general. Speaking about EU readiness to accept new members, EU claims to be ready to accept new members. It was few times underlined by European Union's officials. A few years ago, it was stated that by 2030, we should welcome a new member state. Now, of course, looking at the current agenda and international situation, we may expect a little bit of delay within this process. But still, I guess the member states, especially Poland and Central European states, are for the enlargement, and this is in our national interest to welcome new members within the European Union. Overall, the enlargement process has been uneven for years, and in recent years especially has lost a little bit of momentum, especially when it comes to Western Balkan countries. Of course, the candidates appear to be committed to advancing with all of the reforms, aiming for transformative and inclusive integration as soon as it is possible for them. On the other hand, we need to bear in mind a lot of issues that we are also facing within this process. Of course, we have an aggressive stance of Russia towards the West. On the other hand, we may look at China and economic interest within the region, looking at the Belt and Road Initiative or initiatives such as 19+1, 16+1, etc., etc. There are, of course, a lot of internal concerns among the European Union's member states leaders, for example, related to bringing some regional conflicts into the European Union. But this is only for the part of them. But when we look at the current state of play, we've met there at this summit last year. We've spoke about developments, and since last year we had a few developments, especially regarding Albania and opening negotiation cluster in October this year. So here we can see a slight progress. Of course, the Montenegro is still very advanced as a candidate country to join the European Union, with plans to make more and more progress within the next years. And of course, we can also take a look at Serbia, that has lost some pace, has lost some momentum in the process of introducing the crucial reforms. And then, of course, we have Montenegro or Kosovo, as it was mentioned before. Kosovo, one of the strongest allies of the European Union. Now, thinking about Polish perspective and regional perspective of that. Poland is one of the biggest countries in the region and playing a major role in regional initiatives. Here we can take a look at Visegrad Group or the Three Seas Initiative, as this sea region was mentioned by Mr. Dzhambacki at the beginning. Three Seas Initiative, invented a few years ago by President Kolinda and President Duda, is basically aiming to boost the economies and to develop the countries and the region by investments in strategic infrastructure, interconnectivity, and many, many more. So this is one point that we can transfer when it comes to know-how and support and strategic overview to the Balkans, that first of all, except from internal reforms that have to be done, also this economic impact and economic willingness for transformation is very important as well. And as I said before, the Balkans appear to have a very high potential for the economic development after joining the EU. So definitely this will benefit not only the Balkans, but also the whole European Union. The topic of this panel is not only about enlargement of Western Balkans, but also enlargement as well. So just a few words about Moldova or Georgia or Ukraine. So as I said, Moldova is really aiming for joining the European Union, but of course, except from the Transnistria issue, some issue with policymakers, the society is pretty divided as well. There is of course a strong diaspora that is very, very pro-European, but there are still a lot of more reforms and changes to be developed to join the European Union. When it comes to Georgia, we can see a clear picture now on the streets and within the media. The society is extremely for joining the European Union. And then we have Ukraine. Here the situation is a little bit different. Of course, Poland remains a strong ally of Ukraine, helping economically, militarily, and in general being one of the biggest allies in the world. I have a feeling, I've said it last year, I will underline it here as well. The war in Ukraine re-energized and reinvented the debate of enlargement and maybe the debate on a change of some criteria for countries of course, in the positive matter. So I hope that this reinventing the internal overview of European institutions towards the enlargement policy will have also a positive impact on Western Balkan countries. Of course, European Union leaders are placing the enlargement policy as one of the top priorities, especially, as I said, in particular towards the Russian aggression to Ukraine. Speaking about European Union's officials, Enlargement Commissioner said that by the end of the next term of European Commission, we shall welcome the next member state within the European Union, and I hope that will happen. To conclude, the Western Balkans are in the interest of European Union, Europe, and all of the member states. First of all, that will bring a security and stability to the region. That will reduce risk of geopolitical tensions, will reduce risk of any separatist movements within the region. Second of all, I will underline it, economic growth, new markets, new trade routes, new strategic investment, and strategic investments also mean security for the region. And at the end, of course, strategic strength, EU solidifying its values, global position, securing more and more opportunities and development possibilities within the region. Just to conclude, the Western Balkans are surrounded by the member states, which makes their potential integration inevitable within the next years. Of course, the progress must accelerate to avoid any potential of external influence and to impact the policymakers to impose most critical reforms in order to make their path to EU easier and quicker. And last but not least, the war in Ukraine is a call to action, to reform, and to enlarge and to revitalize European Union's enlargement policy, ensuring a united, secure, and profitable developed region of Western Balkans. Thank you.
Благодаря ви, господин Тибурски. Без съмнение.
Thank you, Mr. Tiburski. This was a very thorough answer to my question. As I said before, Mr. Tiburski is representing the Warsaw Institute. It's a think tank and our key partner to New Direction Foundation and the ECR. Mr. Czernecki, you have a lot of experience as a Polish representative to the European Parliament. You've worked with the Foreign Policy Committee, Foreign Affairs Committee. You have experience with the influence of third countries, about escalation of conflicts, and so on. What should be the behavior of the European Commission? What measures should it take in on the Balkans? And in terms of disinformation and the hostility against those countries? Thank you.
Dobre utro, zdrawiej, благодаря za Pukana.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation.
Very prestigious conference, especially thanks for Mr. Ivailo Wojciew, MEP, and my friend from the European Parliament, Angel Dambaski, for many years, very influential politician of ECR and in our parliament. Thank you for this very important question, but now special thanks for also my friend, founder of New Direction Foundation, Jeffrey Van Orden. Your presence is very important for us. 2 days ago, I participated in Brussels in another EU Western Balkan Summit, which organized by Friends of Europe. And formula of this conference was very special, very interesting, because representative of almost every potential members of EU from Western Balkans were present, but for me it was extremely strange that Albania was absent, the representative of government of Albania, and Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina were absent in this conference. I am very satisfied that in our summit, representative of Albania and Kosovo were present. My first remark, I am very satisfied that EU playmakers, the biggest country of EU, has changed the opinion about the enlargement. I hope you remember what happened in last EU Western Balkans Summit before the Russian aggression against Ukraine. It was November 2021, a summit in Slovenia, in Bled Castle, and generally red light for the access of our partners from Western Balkans. After Russian aggression, Brussels has changed the attitude. It's very good, but we lose, frankly speaking, important time. I would like to say that we cannot speak about enlargement as goodwill of the European Union or charity from our side, because it's the absolutely common interest. I totally agree with my compatriot, Mr. Tyburski, that is maybe especially interest of our region, especially my country, Poland, our country, Poland, but it's also the interest for short, medium and long term of European Union. For economic reasons, EU is absolutely less competitive in economic fields last 10 years ago, 2 decades ago, and we need the economic power of our partners from this region, but also it's important for geopolitical reasons. I would like to say absolutely openly that if European Union will close even temporarily the door for Montenegro, Albania, Serbia and other countries to EU, it will be the best gift for Russia. And we can expect of growing of influences of Moscow in this important region. The question about the EU strategy, wait and see. We have a new European Commission since 1st of December. I hope that next 5 years will be good preparation for access after 2030. I see the one big problem. Very frankly speaking, I'm not a diplomat. Maybe it's a pity for diplomacy. The problem is that the EU decided put in one box countries from the Western Balkans and also countries like Moldova, Georgia and Ukraine. I think it's the good for Chisinau, for Tbilisi, for Kiev, but can be not so good for Tirana, Skopje, Belgrade, and others. Why? Very simply, the negotiations of European Union about the access to our European political family is more difficult if our potential member has problem with the occupation of its territory. It's the example of Moldova, Transnistria, example as well of Georgia, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and also, obviously, Ukraine, country which about 20%, day per day more, is occupied by Russia. I think the presence in this same tram or in the same train to Brussels of Balkan countries, Western Balkan countries, and country from Eastern Partnership, like Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine, is the, I think, headache, is the real problem for our Western Balkans neighbors. And I think that we should discuss about, obviously, I am a great supporter it's our Polish interest, is the presence of countries which were former Soviet Union Republic inside of European Union, obviously. But I don't want, and I think I can say we don't want situation that the problems with the negotiation of Moldova or Georgia can be reason or excuse for more slow negotiation for Montenegro, Northern Macedonia, I'm sorry, Angel, as well, Serbia or Albania and other in their way to European Union. It's very frank message, but I think our partners from this region should discuss about special fast way to EU, especially because their preparation and concrete negotiation about the chapters of this negotiation are absolutely longer than negotiation of Moldova or Georgia. And final words, I hope that also the government, countries of Western Europe, also countries which citizens, taxpayers are very skeptical to enlargement, like Austria, like Kingdom of Netherlands, partly Germany, will understand, should understand that is the absolutely crucial challenge for not only Western Balkan countries, but for the European EU, concretely speaking, future, because if we want to be the serious, real partner for United States, EU must be more powerful after access of Western Balkans countries. Thank you. Благодаря.
Благодаря.
Thank you, Richard. The next question will be to Arbenita Miekiji, expert on European interpretation.
Ms. Mekiji, can you hear us?
Good morning, everyone.
Добре, ще направим още един опит, надявам се.
hear me?
Let's try to get in contact with her again because it sounds like she's on Mars. It's an international conference, but not an interplanetary conference.
I'll try to reach you after few minutes or few seconds. Господин Yordanov,
Mr. Yordanov, you have considerable experience as a member of parliament in several national assemblies, and your position and the position of your party, there is such a people, on the Macedonian issue is something I like a lot, not only because we are like-minded people, but I congratulate you because I think this is the right position. Thank you for standing by it. But unfortunately, there was other members of parliament with other positions, but this is something internal. No, what I would like to ask you is, what are the main issues, in your opinion, that Skopje needs to resolve? Because, let me remind you, and remind our guests and participants, the questions between North Macedonia and Bulgaria are not bilateral on the topic of the European Union. The Republic of North Macedonia has the task posed by the framework agreement it has signed and agreed with, and it needs to resolve these issues with the European Union and the European Commission. Mr. Yordanov, you have the floor. What is your opinion on this?
Thank you, Mr. Jambaski. I was listening to the speakers before me. One of the main reasons for the lack of understanding of the European Union to this issue, and countries outside the European Union as well, is that nobody has lived in such historical conditions. If we go back in time historically, our current partners in the European Union were our enemies 1 century ago. And what we call now the Western Balkans as countries, well, this is wrong. We are now bearing the fruit of this wrong decision more than 100 years ago. I know that each country has its own interests, but imposing one's interests on the interests of other regions without looking at the historical and social economic process, and this leads to potential issues. And that is why it takes a lot of time to resolve. The Balkan region, including North Macedonia, if we're honest, I'm sure that many of our EU partners don't know this or are just not interested. And this is normal, and perhaps we have not explained this clearly. The key problem is that North Macedonia is an artificially created state without its own people. I can give an example of the USA. It's a multinational country, which, however, does not claim that it's has a rich and long history. Unlike North Macedonia is a multinational country because we have Bulgarians, Albanians, Serbs, Turks living in this country. But at the same time, the North Macedonia is trying to find an identity that does not practically exist. And this is the core of the issue. In this geographical area, there has not been any Macedonian nation state or identity. This was until the Second World War and the artificial creation of this country within Yugoslavia. And from then we have this aspiration of Macedonian leaders to establish a Macedonian nation. And that is why their leaders, they don't want to fulfill the requirements of the European Union and include the Bulgarian minority in their constitution. To our regret, the European Union and our partners are yet to understand understand what North Macedonia is. They look at it as a geopolitical entity. And the launch of the negotiations happened for political reasons because North Macedonia was not ready to start negotiations. And this, if it was not for the well, actually, had it not been the war in Ukraine, it wouldn't have happened because I know this. I was part of this process. I know what the motivation was behind opening negotiations. It was not enlargement. It was playing chess with Russia. And now we cannot sort out our bilateral relations, and then the enlargement of the Western Balkans is further delayed. And we've got another regional issue. If we iron our differences with other Balkan countries, it would be more likely to move on towards enlargement. But now we have so many differences, and this process is is delayed. And now, for example, many people don't know what is the attitude of Balkan countries to Russia. And Poland historically has a conflict with Russia. In Bulgaria, it's the attitude is different. We are a country because of the Russian Empire that waged wars with Turkey. So generally, people in Bulgaria cannot hate Russian people, but democracy and leadership in Russia is something different. But many countries look at us as a country that should have the same attitude to Russia as other countries. This cannot happen, and that is why we can never tell Poland what attitude they should have towards Poland because of historical reasons. Although what the European Union has done has now brought about a lot of economic issues. The energy sources for Europe now are more expensive. Europe is getting poor, and economically or logically, we should not kill our own economy. And at this backdrop, the Western Balkans are somehow put aside. Yes, we organize events and we talk about it, but nobody's trying to talk to the countries themselves so they overcome their issues. And at the same time, this is the key problem with North Macedonia. The European Union must focus on human rights because this is part of the negotiation framework. It should focus on minority rights and those that feel Bulgarian identity. And we know that there's physical assaults against people who claim they have Bulgarian identity in North Macedonia. So as long as this is not dealt with, I was in Strasbourg of the parliamentary meeting of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and I see that they don't understand this problem. It's like two countries that have those bilateral disagreements. But for example, in North Macedonia, there's also Albanian population, and if they have the same attitude, there'll be another problem. There's also a problem between North Macedonia and Greece is an EU member state. Again, because North Macedonia is trying to make up history that never was this way. It's a long way. I don't believe this will soon be resolved. Thank you, Mr. Yordanov. And now, Madam Juliana Armas, Program Coordinator, Research Fellow with the Hungarian Institute in International Relations. Ms. Armas, Hungary is a leader in Eastern Europe, and in terms of the criticism against European institutions on sovereignty, national interests, national stance. At the same time, in the previous term of office, the enlargement commissioner of the European Commission was from Hungary. So do you think they managed to make some progress, and how do you think this change of the voting process from of consensus to ordinary majority, how will that impact the way and the prospects of the European Union?
Question, Mr. Jambatsky. Sorry for waiting a bit, but it was the translation. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be on the panel. And once again, it was a great question and a great topic to highlight concerning especially the Western Balkans. I would like to take a step back and just to remember the ongoing Hungarian EU presidency. In a few days, we are handing over to our Polish friends. So, but still, we have many things to do. And if we look at the program of the Hungarian EU presidency and the priorities, the 7 priorities, actually, of course, there is a consistent and merit-based enlargement process with the primary direction of the Western Balkans, which was always the primary direction for the Hungarian support of EU enlargement. But if we look at the other priorities a bit closer, we must realize that basically all priorities are somehow about the Western Balkans as well, which means that, which sends a strong message actually that the EU, the European institutions, as a continent as a whole must realize that it's a strategically important area surrounded by EU member states, geostrategically important area, and we cannot lose the countries of the Western Balkans. So if just really quickly, if we look at the priorities, like a new European deal on competitiveness, since the EU is losing its competitiveness, and Hungary and the Central European perspective is that the Western Balkans is somehow an untapped economic potential, or just enhancing the defense cooperation. We talked about it, like how some of the countries of the region are already NATO members, which is a strategic importance. I already mentioned the consistent and merit-based enlargement policy, which I don't think so that I need to explain in a more detailed way, because it was already mentioned greatly. And the next priority is handling the illegal migration. And of course, when it comes to migration, the Western Balkans has one of the main migration route, and it means a great challenge to the countries. And especially, we must realize that new type security challenges don't stop at the borders. And especially as Hungary, especially as a bordering country with the Western Balkans, a bordering country with Serbia, we must work together really, really closely on such challenges like migration. And of course, shaping the future of the cohesion policy. And of course, it's an EU internal policy, but we must think about how we can expand it to the Western Balkans, because the countries are lagging more and more behind in spite of the many European support, and it's not just the mistake of the Balkan countries actually. And one more which I would like to highlight, and it was highlighted in the very great keynote speech as well, that we must address the demographic challenges. And it's not just the demographic challenges of Europe, but the demographic challenges of the Western Balkans as well. Just to go back to the original question, I think it's strongly connected with the priorities, because it shows that the EU needs strong reform. We must think about our internal problems. And yes, it's a highly contested topic, like having unanimity when it comes to enlargement, or qualified majority decision. And my fellow panelists just mentioned problems or political problems, challenges between member states and candidate countries, like it was mentioned, between Bulgaria and North Macedonia. And I think on paper it can mean something good, like when it comes to many steps during the negotiation process, like having opening benchmarks, internal benchmarks, closing benchmarks. We must add to that the EU acquis and the material, the enlargement material, is getting more and more bigger when back the time we, for example, Hungary or Poland or the Big Bang enlargement had to face, and now we are looking at Western Balkan countries who are really eager to join, but lack of human or economic capacity to just get over these obstacles, and we must realize that. So on paper, of course, it can be a good solution, and I understand the proposal, but of course we cannot take out of the equation the domino effect of such decision, because when it comes to Hungary or Central European countries, it's a question of sovereignty, and when it comes to small or middle-sized countries, it can mean a huge danger for the future, looking ahead the future. And of course, now it's nice to talk about this reform regarding enlargement policy, which is a national interest, for example, for Hungary, for example, for Central Eastern Europe, as it was highlighted from my fellow panelists. But we must think about the future as well, that how will this reform agenda go on, and about what other areas of policy making will it be again highlighted to change the voting process. So it's a great challenge, I must admit, and I think it's a great initiative to just think about various reform options when it comes to enlargement, because it's a great thing that it's being realized that it's stuck and it's not good, and it's not good for Europe, it's not good for the Western Balkans, because we are leaving the we are losing the Western Balkan countries, sorry. But I think that when it comes to the support of Hungary or other Central or Eastern European countries, we must see other options as well, to be able to choose the best way to move forward with the enlargement policy and move forward with the EU's reform, because it's undebatable that it's a must as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. Сега бих искал да попитам.
Now I would like to ask Madam Hadji. We mentioned on several occasions that Albania has been unfairly suffering, that it cannot start its negotiations due to other countries, what is happening to North Macedonia. This is true about Kosovo as well. Albania and Kosovo have been unfairly left behind in the shadow of other Balkan problems, as we talked before. On the other hand, Mr. Rama has been criticizing the European approach. I have had arguments with him on many occasions, sometimes even heated arguments. What do you think? Now that Albania has started negotiating, do you think there will be a quicker effect? And how would you assess this initiative? What was its name? Balkan Path, I think, in which there are also Serbia, Albania participating. What's your assessment of this initiative? Thank you.
Thank you very much to New Directions for inviting me here today at this very important conference on the Western Balkans. And it's more meaningful when it's organized in Sofia, because it gives a regional ownership to the entire discussion. Now, probably being the only one in the panel from directly the Western Balkans, I might have something more to say exactly how the people in the Western Balkans perceive this enlargement process. And interesting enough, I think it is easily to see, to observe, even from the polls, that the majority of the people in the Western Balkans, they desire European integration process and NATO as well. Thanks God, 3 countries are NATO member countries now, hoping that this NATO membership will continue. However, I think that this relationship with EU is a love and hate relationship at the same time. And also, I think both sides, EU and the Western Balkan countries themselves, are not ready for the enlargement, to say the truth. There are certain obstacles. On one side, you have EU with all the fatigue process, which is extremely important, because we started talking about this EU fatigue enlargement process since something like 8 years, 10 years ago, when it was exactly the time that normally it should have speeded up the process. However, this one has I think it's part of a larger strategy of probably the Brits noticed it in time, which is like the bureaucratization of EU itself. And this has given, of course, its impact on the enlargement process. On the other side, you have the Western Balkan countries. Are they ready? People are ready. I think you have got the most Western people, the most Western forward-looking people in the entire Europe, of course, as far as this region is concerned. With the exception, of course, you have groups of fractions everywhere, but I'm sure Serbia is one of those that is trying to play with both sides. One side with Russia, one side with EU, and trying to get something from both sides. But the rest of them are mostly EU, of course, aspiring nations. Now, the real problem in this region is that since the end of the Kosovo War, and afterwards the independence of Kosovo and the last enlargement process of Bulgaria and Romania in the region, there has been a reverse process in a way. And why does this happen? One side, I said, it's EU itself that has slowed down because it played very much with the motto, stability before democracy. Basically trying to build, trying to play safe in one way, that stability is extremely important for EU and United States and the rest, but this sometimes it can come to the detriment of democracy, but this doesn't matter because EU can put a blind eye for as long as the Balkan is safe. This has hurt us quite a lot in the region. And it has hurt us because it has produced a backlash to democracy. Mr. Van Orden, a little bit earlier in his keynote speech, he spoke about advancing democratic values. Yes, we need to advance because we have gone backward in democratic values. And we have gone backward because of the care on the democratic values by big players, by EU, United States, NATO, and the others. They have undermined the democratic values to the expense of stability of the region, to the expense of some agreements, like you get the Ohrid Agreement, you get the Dayton Agreement, you get the Rambouillet Agreement, and what they have produced so far, apart from North Macedonia, which is a state with a new name, and a calm situation between Greece and Macedonia for the moment being, you have a destabilized Bosnia, and you have uncertainties in Kosovo, and you have terrorist acts in northern Kosovo, a great appetite by Serbia to take parts of Kosovo to do exchange of territories, which could be really bad, a Pandora box for the region. And you have problems in Montenegro, where in 2016 you had a coup. You have problems in North Macedonia as well, with democratic devaluation, I would say. And we come to Albania, a country which has absolutely no ethnic problems in the region, but it has stagnated for the last 12 years. And the reason for this stagnation is that immediately after the NATO accession, Albania was put in the backlist. Was put in the backlist because the idea was that all the Balkan countries, the Western Balkan countries, initially the first idea was that they will be taken as a whole, as an entire. Then it came out the meritocracy criteria, according to merit. But by that time, a country like Albania had already gone backward. And backward as far as democratic values are concerned, backward as far as blaming others, like you mentioned, Mr. Rama, and I'm sure he has given quite a lot of blame to Bulgaria, unfortunately, which I'm very sad, I'm upset about, because there is nothing to do with Bulgaria. And of course, not taking steps per se as country to do certain things that can prioritize European integration process. So this stability before democracy during the last 10, 15 years has produced nowadays autocracy and destabilization in the region. You have got autocratic regime in the region. You have got an autocrat in Tirana, you have got an autocrat in Serbia. You are producing mono-autocrats everywhere in the region. And this is going to destabilize the region because nobody understood initially that stability versus democracy will eventually produce, of course, again, instability at the end. When you undermine democratic values. Now, EU has closed its eyes for many years as far as democratic values are concerned. Great EU reports, annual reports, are very good, written by the bureaucrat in Brussels. But the countries per se, they know that there is a democratic backlash, that there is a decline in values, that there is no rule of law, that there is polarization of the society, that it is a capture of state, capture of institutions from top to bottom, capture of justice system, capture of media. And at the end, also, a prosecution to the oppositions in this country, Can this produce elections, free and fair elections? No, it doesn't. That is why a country like Albania is suffering for the last 12 years for free and fair elections. They are purchased in the market. Unfortunately now the market is even an international market. It's even a European market. And certain bureaucrats in Brussels, they can trade it easily. So it has come to a point where we have to ask, first of all, an SOS, a big SOS to EU, to help us revive democratically, first of all, honor our democratic values, and then start thinking properly on what is the timing, the proper timing for the EU accession process. Look, we cannot be part of EU if we don't fulfill certain criteria, there is no doubt. And as Madam from Hungary spoke a bit earlier, yes, the criteria have risen from the last time of the enlargement. There is no doubt about it, and they become more difficult day after day. But is EU ready? No, EU is not ready. EU will be ready the day that that the bureaucrats in Brussels will understand two things. First of all, that this increased instability in the region is going to hurt Europe itself, and it will create a big insecurity as far as the European borders are concerned. I fully agree with the fact that the Russians, they find a great room, of course, vacuum in the region now that EU and US are not as involved as before. So they can do whatever they want, they can maneuver the hybrid wars, the disinformation process and everything else, China as well. But on the other side, EU has to work towards a proper democratic enlargement process, which has to start from the countries per se. So give the region, the countries in the region, the benefit of doubt that the situation is not as flowery, is not as rose as some bureaucrats in Europe portrayed in our countries per se. And then we have to work hard to achieve again certain democratic norms and be ready for an EU enlargement process with a true feeling from the EU side and EU bureaucrats. Of course, in this process, we have to also include the United States, which has been, of course, not much discussed here, but I think it's an extremely important player. The reason is because after the independence of Kosovo and the last enlargement packages on NATO, there is a distraction of United States from the region as well. They have, of course, they've gone to Asia, they look forwards to Asia. It's the Ukrainian war, there is no doubt about it, the Middle East crisis, now China, South China Sea and everything else. But on the other side, US has got the most important role in the region. Everyone in the Western Balkans will not put a step forward unless United States will be involved on the same table with EU as far as stability and security is concerned. And the last word regarding Kosovo, which I think it's a very important part when we talk about EU enlargement process. Kosovo is a new country, and all the panelists here, they come from countries that have recognized Kosovo. But there are 5 EU member countries that have not recognized Kosovo yet. And I think this is where most of the pressure should be, where everybody should work on those 5 EU member countries. Without stabilizing the situation of Kosovo's recognition by Serbia itself, we will not be able to have a peaceful Western Balkans. Because this will be always a matter of concern. For this, of course, a step was done forward as far as the Ohrid agreement was concerned, which was not obeyed by the Serbian president, although it was signed by the Prime Minister of Kosovo, Albin Kurti, but I don't think that he was also intending to do so as well, personally speaking. But in any case, there was a step forward, and it was asked for association of the association of the Serb municipalities, which in certain words, many analysts in Kosovo, they say that this is a type of autonomy, which cannot, of course, be granted as such, because you have Albanians in Serbia, a large Albanian population in South Serbia, and you have minorities everywhere, as the MP from the Bulgarian parliament said. You have everywhere in the region this type of minorities that at one point they can ask, conditions, better conditions, and also certain executive powers. But as far as Kosovo is concerned, probably right now we're in the process where the only way to save the region, even if Serbia does not recognize Kosovo, which I don't think that it will happen for some time, unless there is proper pressure on that, probably the last solution should be Kosovo in NATO. This would save the region for sure at the end, because it will be the respect for not only the sovereignty, but it will also be a respect to the European security arena and European security borders as well. So I close it up with these two things. EU needs to look at the situation in the region with the eyes of today, not with the eyes of 10 years ago. Today, we have created autocracies, and it will be very difficult to rebuild that little democracy that we had built before. But we can, with the help of EU and international players. And secondly, stability is secured with some more work on Kosovo, proper work on Kosovo, and probably the only solution to that would be the NATO accession of Kosovo. Thank you.
Благодаря ви, госпожо Хаджи.
Thank you, Mrs. Hadji. Indeed, your point of view from Albania, from within, from a country which will start accession negotiations, and your knowledge about Kosovo is very useful for everybody listening. That's why I thank you once again. Now I'm going to try to make a connection with Madam Arbenita Gigi. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, do you have a translation?
No, actually I will speak in English, so hopefully it's fine for you.
Okay, I'll try to ask my question in Bulgarian. If you don't have a translation, I will repeat in English.
You are an expert in European integration. One of the big issues of the Western Balkans, and as was clear from Mr. Yordanov's presentation, is history and the tensions that have piled up. In this regard, do you think that opening the files of the secret services of former Yugoslavia will help those wounds heal and will appease the situation in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Jambaski, for the question. Dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give an overview on a broader perspective regarding the asymmetric approach of the EU institutions regarding the EU enlargement process. As we discussed this topic, which is by heart very important, and thank you for highlighting and bringing such panel to discuss further on a policy discussion or a question of geography and regarding history that the Western Balkan countries has gone through. The EU's asymmetric approach to the Western Balkan countries in the EU accession and enlargement processes reflects the unique challenges, historical context, including those secrets from back of the histories and developments that happen on the ground, and also the different levels of progress among the countries in the region. While this approach can be seen as pragmatic, it has also drawn criticism for creating perception of inequality and inconsistency, which may undermine trust and momentum in the region. Regarding this, I would highlight to tailor criteria and progress that has been made towards the Western Balkan countries. It was also already mentioned before that merit-based differentiation is an EU-emphasized merit-based process, where each country's progress depends on its ability to meet specific reform benchmarks. While these principles ensure fairness in theory, in practice it creates disparities due to varying levels of readiness among Western Balkan countries. For instance, Montenegro, as the most advanced candidate in the region, has provisionally closed several chapters, while Bosnia and Herzegovina only recently obtained candidate status, reflecting stark differences in progress. On the viewpoint of different starting perspectives, some countries like Montenegro and Serbia have been negotiating accession chapters for years, while such as Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina are still grappling with fundamental issues like governance, rule of law, and unresolved disputes. This has resulted to a de facto multi-speed approach for integration of each of the Western Balkan countries towards EU integration process, where some of them are closer to EU membership, while despite being part of the same regional framework. Dealing with the past and aiming together for the future to join the EU. Either the Western Balkan countries itself, and also in cooperation with the EU institutions, has to deal with the unresolved bilateral disputes. The EU has made resolving bilateral disputes of a precondition for progress towards the enlargement process. However, these disputes, such as the normalization of the relations between Serbia and Kosovo, or Bulgaria's veto of North Macedonia's succession over historical and linguistic issues, have disproportionately impacted some countries more than others. Also, the lack of unified stance on such matters has exacerbated the perception of asymmetry, as some disputes appears to be given more weight than others. Regarding the recognition of Kosovo, I'd like to highlight, and thanks to Ms. Edith Harji for highlighting the features and the importance of Kosovo, where do we stand, and we have to support and proactively to contribute all the Western Balkans and also EU institutions itself. While Kosovo still faces a unique challenge in its EU path, as 5 member states do not yet recognize its independence, this lack of unanimous recognition creates a structural asymmetry, leaving Kosovo at a disadvantage compared to its neighbors. While dealing with EU strategic interests, the EU prioritization of some countries, such as Serbia due to its size and strategic location, or Albania and North Macedonia to preserve their regional momentum, has contributed to perceptions of unequal treatment. For example, Serbia's negotiations have continued despite concerns over its alignment with EU foreign policy, while others face stricter scrutiny. In terms of enlargement fatigue and internal dynamics, that most of them has been emphasized already by other members of the panelists, we have to work further on diverging EU member state perspectives. Enlargement fatigue among certain EU member states has resulted in uneven enthusiasm for admitting new members. Some countries, such as France and the Netherlands, have pushed for stricter conditions and institutional reforms before further expansion, disproportionately affecting the Western Balkans. Meanwhile, the countries like Hungary and Poland have supported faster integration, particularly for specific nations, creating an inconsistent EU-wide approach. On economic and institutional concerns, I would consider that the EU should focus on ensuring the new members that are economically and institutionally ready to join the single market and political union, which has led to an emphasis on economic coverage and administrative reforms. Countries with weaker economies like Kosovo and Bosnia face higher barriers compared to relatively stronger performers like Montenegro. The impacts of this asymmetric approach will have a high impact on erosion of trust, The perception of unequal treatment has led to frustration among Western Balkan leaders and citizens. For instance, the delayed opening accession process of negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia, despite fulfilling EU requirements, fueled skepticism about the EU's commitment to enlargement. Such disparities risk diminishing the EU's credibility in the region and fostering disillusionment of the European project. Regarding the regional fragmentation, that we have to think deeper and to contribute proactively is by treating countries differently, the EU risks reinforcing existing divisions within the Western Balkans. This could undermine regional cooperation initiatives like the Berlin Process and the Common Regional Market, which are crucial for economic and political stability. While regarding the geopolitical vulnerabilities, the slow and uneven process of EU integration has created a vacuum that external actors such as Russia, China, and Turkey have sought to exploit. These powers have increased their influence in the region, challenging the EU's role as the primary partner for the Western Balkans. Therefore, there is a further need for a balanced and unified approach. While the EU's asymmetric approach aims to account for the specific challenges faced by each country, a more unified and transparent strategy is needed to rebuild trust and maintain momentum. Recommendations should include streamlining the process where the EU could adopt a more synchronized framework for the Western Balkans, ensuring that progress is measured consistently while reorganizing individual achievements. The second should be enhancing regional cooperation. Encouraging joint reforms and regional initiatives can help address shared challenges and foster a sense of collective progress towards EU integration. The greater political will should be built on EU member states that must demonstrate stronger political commitment to enlargement by resolving internal disagreements and providing a clearer and consistent messages to candidate countries. The tangible benefits also should provide interim rewards, such as a deeper integration into the single market or increased access to EU funds, can sustain motivating among Western Balkan countries as they work toward a full membership. In conclusion, I would say that the EU's asymmetric approach to the Western Balkans reflects the region's diverse challenges, but also risks creating perceptions of inequality and division. To ensure the success of the enlargement process, the EU must strike a balance between merit-based differentiation and a cohesive regional strategy, reaffirming its commitment to integrating the Western Balkans into the European family. A united, fair, and transparent approach will not only strengthen the region, but also the EU's own vision on a stable, prosperous, and unified continent in terms of contributing together also in public safety and security policies. Thank you, and I will stop here.
Thank you, Benita. Уважаеми участници, уважаеми гости,
Dear guests, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first panel of today's conference. Once again, please give a round of applause to the panelists. I hope it was useful and interesting. So how are we doing with time now? Well, we're running behind schedule, so 10 minutes break, and then in 10 minutes we'll continue with the second panel discussion, and we'll discuss the challenges to security and defense. Thank you.
10 to 15 minutes, and we'll be starting with the second panel right after. Mr. Berg, I'd like to invite the panelists to take their place on the stage so that we can start off with panel 2. If you can, please. Да. Може паналистите да вземат своите места. Ти сядаш. Да. Благодаря на нашите панелисти. Готови сме да започнем с...
We are ready to start with the second panel for today, modern conflicts and emerging threats, the role of the Western Balkans in the EU security and defense policy. The moderator will be Ivailo Volchev. Mr. Volchev, you have the floor. Let me start by some words of introduction, and then I'm going to present the participants, and then we are going to have a very interesting 1 hour of discussions. Let's start by saying that the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and the persisting instability in the Middle East have vividly demonstrated the fact that the world is becoming more insecure. The strategic geopolitical position of the Balkans, as well as its proximity to both of the aforementioned conflicts, make the region a vital part of the security architecture of the European Union. Alignment with the common foreign and security policy remains a key element in the accession to the EU. However, we can see that some countries in the region are reluctant to apply this condition. NATO and the EU, long-standing advocates for the democratic aspirations of the region's peoples, find themselves supporting countries that are opening the door to foreign interference and disinformation campaigns. We can see this. Given the proximity to the European Union and instability or security threat in the Western Balkans, as well as foreign interference, has adverse spillover effects on the Union, and that's what we're going to talk about in this panel. And now I have the pleasure of presenting the speakers one by one. One of them is Lars Patrick Berg, member of the European Parliament 2019-2024 from Germany. Professor Drizan Shala, national security expert from Kosovo. Gergely Kovac, senior advisor, Ludovica University of Public Service, Hungary. Professor Mensut Ademi, professor in criminology, criminal law and security at the Law and Criminal Justice faculty in AAB University, Kosovo. Pavel Mitova, member of the National Assembly of the Bulgarian Parliament, Deputy Chair of the Energy Committee of the 50th Bulgarian Parliament, and Cynthia Viola, Research Fellow at the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. Let me start by a question to Mr. Berg. Mr. Berg, as a member of the European Parliament in the previous mandate, you were very active as regards security and defense issues in the Southeast Europe region, and more specifically the Balkans. What is the place of the Western Balkans in the general security architecture of Europe? And do you think there is a danger of foreign influence which may destabilize the region, which is an integral part of the overall European geopolitical strategy? What is your opinion?
Dear colleague Ivailo, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. Good afternoon, everybody. Indeed, I want to be very brief. We are facing tough challenges in regards to geopolitics. We have a complete shift of the geopolitical landscape, experience a complete shift of the landscape in Europe and worldwide, and the Western Balkans plays an integral part in this shift. And of course we are facing challenges that are posed by third-party actors. Some of them have been named, like Russia, Iran, the People's Republic of China. And I think the key issue for us Europeans and for the European Union will be to revitalize the momentum of accession for the Western Balkan states. Why am I saying this? Because there were some very remarkable and interesting statements being made by, for example, the former deputy foreign minister of Albania, that the accession process currently is very sluggish. And there is no off and on switch that makes it very easy for the candidates and the countries and the peoples to join the European Union. But we have to revitalize the momentum because we don't have much time. We don't have much time left to counter these third-party intrusions and the influence that these third parties are having in the Western Balkans. What do I mean? To revitalize the momentum, we have to embrace with more action civil society in the Western Balkan states. We have to outline a very concrete plan and perspective, especially for the young people, because you or the countries, many countries in this region are experiencing a brain drain. And thirdly, we have to join forces with like-minded politicians, civil society, stakeholders in these countries to support them in order that the democratic reforms are being taken care of and will take place.
Let me pose an additional question in the light of what you said. An additional question to you. What are we doing with the governments of countries which, on the one hand, are of an EU applicant members, but on the other hand, are not observing the common European foreign policy and opening the door visibly for influence from third parties, third countries?
Well, I think you are referring to probably to Serbia and to partly Republika Srpska. This is not an easy task. I would say that the European Union and stakeholders in the US have to approach the stakeholders and the prominent politicians in these entities and not to alienate them even further, because if you alienate them even further, they will certainly open door to more foreign influence and intrusion. So it sounds maybe a little bit weird and strange to approach them and to embrace them better, but the European Union has soft power to do this, and I think these entities and the political stakeholders will be interested to keep in the loop and to keep in contact with the European Union and the lines of the European Union, political lines.
Thank you. And now I'm going to turn to Professor Drizan Shala, because we know that on the Balkans there's always one player who is not always visible, but they're distant, but their influence is felt. The choice of the election of Donald Trump as the president of the US currently places more questions than gives answers, at least as regards the questions to do with security in Europe. What is your opinion, Professor Shala? How do you think the new president of the US will position himself as regards with the Western Balkans, and will he try to resolve our current issues the way he wanted to do for other conflicts in the region, or do you rather expect that there will be no visible effect and influence from him?
Thank you very much for the invitation. Before I will answer the question, Let me give a small introduce what will be the impact before the President Trumps are elected. Everybody knows about the hybrid war. Everybody knows that the Russians are very active. I hope they are not here today in the in the room. But the issue is that the administration of Donald Trump, the new president, he will start with all our main important issues that the U.S. now have. It's mean especially against the Chinese influence. So Trump mentioned during his campaign, "Make America Great Again." That means the impact of changing of the borderline with economic impact. So the Europe, the Balkan will have the changes. So we are before the change of the political border, state borders, economic borders, military borders, and religion borders. So on this conclusion, we can say that according to the Trump administration, let's hope that he's limited. It's not only on the Western Balkans. Let's see that further that the economic impact that maybe have Russians, Chinese, Iran, Turkey in the Western Balkans will bring him on the table to say, yes, we are focusing again in the region because the threats are very high, and we can announce in the Bainska attack last weekend, last Friday, we had other attack on our infrastructure from specialists. So as you can see, as members of the EU, of course, Sofia is a member of the NATO, private military contractors are the new threats. So what we can hope and wish is that for the next 10 years, for next decade, we are in this kind of special Cold War with the modern instruments. So for that, I hope that the administration of Mr. Trump will be focused, and we will have a center to compare this kind of threats that will be start very soon. And we have this kind of experience in our country.
Let me pose an additional question. I will pose this question as a non-specialist, the way the media pose questions. Are we right in feeling that it seems there is no government on the Balkans which is not waiting for Donald Trump to come in power to hear what the official policy will be, and only then to start taking concrete decisions about how the Balkan countries will have relations among each other?
The answer of this question is complex and depends on many factors, including the strategy and diplomatic of interest of the main power states. So you need to focus that if we will have such a conflict, such a deeper conflict that it's now on front of our doors, like Republika Srpska, as my colleague mentioned from Germany, or the impact in Northern Macedonia, the ethnic impact, or let's say the attack in Kosovo, even all the political issues that we have in Montenegro. Everybody are seeing that if the President Trumps are coming until he will his big points to move forward, they have the opportunity to change and to be focused and to be ready for all the change that maybe it comes from the White House.
Thank you. And while we are talking about the influence of countries which are not on the Balkans but have their interests here, let me turn to Mr. Kovac. Factors like Russia and China show interest in everything which is happening on the Balkans. China is showing its economic interest. Russia is showing that it is strategically interested in the Balkans. To what extent is Europe ready to counteract what is happening? And is there will in some countries to counteract this, or are they in the role of helpers?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to make some words about the organizations and some kind of interjections, because it's a very nice place here in the nice capital of Bulgaria, and I think there are a lot of common interests and a lot of common roots in the past. For example, when I was in the flight traveling to Bulgaria from Budapest, I have read some books because I'm originally a geographic and historic teacher, and I have taught more than a decade in a grammar school. And we have a very nice and very wonderful common history. For example, that was one of our great kings. We called it Ulászló I. He was originally Polish. In Poland, Vladislav III, and yes, and he died in the battle of that Varna battle in the middle of the 15th century. And as I know, one of the main road of Varna is called by János Hunyadi. So the past is very important for us, I think, because without the past we can't make to the future. So first of all, I think we have a so wonderful common heritage that we have to solve so heavy and so difficult problems in the present. So first of all, I think we have to see the big picture, first of all, because we can speak about the Western Balkans, how to unify with the European Union and how to join to the big family of the European nation. But I think first we have to say some word about the situation in Ukraine, and we have to see the big picture. And as I think there is no solution in the battlefield now, no military solution, as I see. And I think there will need some negotiations between the US, between Russia, and between the European Union. So we have to make a new politically, military, economically architect of Europe. And I have some fear because Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States, okay, and there will be some negotiation with the president of Russia, Mr. Putin, and maybe where will the position of Europe in this negotiation? Because now, as I see, Europe is economically decreased, geopolitically has some serious problems. So I'm afraid that there are some dark clouds in the sky now without this. And I'm not so optimistic that this war will be ended, who knows, because everybody is now speaking about the peace plans. So as I see, every European citizen has an own peace plan. So has a peace plan from Xi Jinping, has a peace plan for India, has, I think I have seen that maybe 3 different peace plans in the United States, maybe with Donald Trump's, but nobody is speaking about the peace plans of Mr. Putin. So what would he would like to do? So is there a peace plan from the Russian side? Okay, we will take or make some pressure for the Russians, for example in Syria, as we see, okay, but I have a fear that maybe the next year, if there will be some fruitful conversation here again, we will speaking about the Ukrainian war still. I hope I will not have truth. And I think the communication is very important. So we have to communicate our so-called enemies or rivals, we can say, and we have to keep open the connections, the channels with Russia, with China too. So we have to communicate, and we have to be some optimistic way to solve this conflict. And when we have this big picture, so there will be a great architect of the European Union, geopolitically, economically, then the next step, I think, is the question of the Balkan.
Do you think that because of this big picture, the focus of the great powers will be on the big picture, and in the near future they will not be active on the Balkans? Because we don't have this impression here. We can see that Russia and China, they have their interests, and regardless of whether they have other conflicts, they're involved in other conflicts or any other issues with their internal policy, they still want to be big players here on the Balkans.
Yes, I think, and you are totally right. And now the situation in Germany and in France is so I'm not so optimistic because there are big politically and economically problems, for example, in the two leader states of the European Union. And maybe they can solve it, maybe not in the first year or the next year. I don't know it exactly. But there are little successes, for example, in the Hungarian presidency now, the Schengen zone, we hope, will be open for the Romanians and for the Bulgarians too. So there are little successes, there are little steps, and we have to be some optimistic way of this situation. But is another case in the Western Balkan, I think, is the question of Serbia. I think this state is maybe the key of the question to solve it in the Western Balkans. And they are, I think, waiting for the EU joining for more than 20 or 25 years. And now the majority of the population say that, okay, we will not be the member of the European Union. And so yes, in a chestnut. Thank you.
Благодаря. Ами, точно отварянето на тази тема и за ролята на Сърбия може би е идеалният момент да се обърна към професор.
Maybe now is the right time to address Professor Mesut Ademi. So, Professor Ademi, aligning with the foreign policy is one of the key issues in the accession policy in general, but some countries are not, they do not agree with this. Is it important for the region to be included in a common foreign policy, or can the Western Balkans be used as a reason to legitimize the influence of external factors by third countries?
I will thank everybody there because I'm first time in Western Balkans Summit. And also I'm professor. I'm professor in Kosovo. I'm professor in Taipei. I'm professor in Seoul, in Ankara. I'm professor in the European Union, in the United States. What I tell this, and what I thank you, everybody there, you and your family, because I am proof if European Union and democrat state, they cooperate and have exactly what they want. In 19, I'm a student and I paused all the war, and now I am professor. Thank all you and your family. I'm now professor, I'm in the summit. And what I tell this, because after COVID-19, we all professor in criminology and Alpha, European Law Association faculty, we have a problematic what's happened in the war in Asia, war in Ukraine and Russia, war, what happened in Myanmar, what happened in Africa, in Darfur, what happened now in Western Balkan. And we thinking is a problem about the cooperation, state cooperation. If you see, we Kosovo, we have a lot structure of police, soldiers, intelligence, politics, and we have not enough cooperation with exactly like Interpol, Europol. We have not enough cooperation with a lot politics in European Union. And why? Because we must have exactly agreement how to against, how to take, and how to do the same strategy to against the crime. What happened after COVID-19 is some state, because we know the state border, and this state border, now we have a problem with economy border. And some state, if they want to pick up, or if they want to have more money, they start the war. They want the land. Second, we know, now I'm back in Western Balkan, we know exactly in Western Balkan have a lot of war, third war in Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo. And a lot of people are in my age or older, and Israelity have extremism and radicalism there. Because where we spoke about the extremism, radicalism, not in extremism, radical, only Islam or Orthodox or Catholic, extremism in politics, radical in politics. And now the coming third one, the power of organizing crime. What's happened? Hybrid war, Russia, China, Iran, the state who are not, they don't do it, don't want to have the same strategy of the democratic state. They want to have the power. They give foundation, they give power organizing crime in Western Balkan. Now, organizing crime in Western Balkan, they have a more power of politics, more power of parliament, more power of government, more power of prosecutor and judge. They have a rule. They give the rule. If you want, I will do it one case study with Serbia, Kosovo, and Bosnia. Why they don't? Look, my theory is if we don't learn as people, come in somebody else learn there. Take case study Syria. How much young people go in the war in Syria? How much people now, we don't know exactly, go in the war in Ukraine? Because we don't learn enough. We don't give them enough education, we don't information about the people. For that I start with myself. I am a proof. You help my country, you help my people. I am now professor. Because you know exactly what to do. And I know, European Union, all people, United States, they know the strategy. What is the problem? Problem is the methodology of the preventive and repressive. Because we always think the strategy how to fight, how to build the strategy to cooperate about the politics. We must change the strategy because we have organized crime and terrorism. Because the people are extreme and radical. After COVID-19, we have two ports, they want the money, they want the land. And European Union must be more power, more smart, all the people, to help people in Western Balkan. If it's possible, I have now last agreement with Franjo Tuđman, Faculty of Security and Safety in Zagreb. The Croatia, for me, they do the best things. They give power university. They give the power smart people to collaborate, to start with the politics, and to know what is the war wrong, which of the state are enemy, or are they prepared to have any aggressor of radical in the Western Balkan, and which are organizing crime, what they are preparing to sell or to do in Western Balkan. Look, we now in the Western Balkan, most problematic, we have the migration and trafficking with the people. We are not ready prepared for trafficking of people. Everybody, we pass the border in Hungary and Serbia. We have 5 lines of border. Maybe in the future from Finland up to Greece down. The first door of the trafficking, the first door of migration, a first door of Asia is Bulgaria. Up, where is the Poland? Because I've been in Warsaw, Gdansk, and Katowice. I tell them what they to prepare before start the war in Ukraine. Now they have a problem with trafficking people, with immigration people, with organized crime. We know what's happening in Hungary. And for that is immediately to help our European Union, to give us, every state, together in each state, to have collaboration and to give agreement and membership for all law, every institute, every politic to do the same strategy.
Благодаря. Искам да задам само един въпрос в
Thank you. I just want to ask a question in the light of what you have been saying. Now, at the European Parliament, there are strong debates on whether countries should be allowed to build defense facilities and infrastructure on their borders. And the question is whether we can trust a common European defense, whether we should rely just on Frontex, or should national states receive funds from the European Union to build defense facilities on their borders, and they should control their borders, or there should be a common European defense. What do you think?
For that I tell, the European Union must have a power, because if we state in Western Balkan, we want to be part in European Union, we must understand, we must learn exactly what to do, which kind of power, customers, border police, intelligence, military, to work together, to come there, to bring the people, because we want to be in European Union. If we want to be the European Union, the logically is we are European people. Why to don't work together? To bring some, like we send students in every European Union to study the law, because we know we have Euro-continental law and Anglo-Saxon law. Every student we send to learn for the future. Why have not? For that, European Union must have a power to collaborate exactly, empiric, institute about institute, border, military, police, and also we have a more power because we have a NATO, is a military. We know it is not enough, because the NATO is the military to help us to be with safety, to do the job. NATO is not against organized crime. We are against and to prevent organized crime. We have the power, NATO, and do it. We must do it. We must work together with everybody to give information, to share information, to share the strategy, to share all the things to have the preventive. We know what happened with trafficking people in England. We know what happened in Belarus and Poland. We know what happened in Bulgaria. We know what happened in Albania or in the Greece. We must work together, every institution, because it's the time. If we late, somebody else come and do a job. You know, everybody spoke there what happened with Russia, what happened with China, what happened with Iran, because what happened with the BRICS. Now is the economy war. Who want to be more rich to have land? Not with education, not with the democratic thing, with the repressive. We are there, the democracy thing. We want, because first, if we have a law, we have the research, and we have education, what happened? Why? Because we want to help people and to give them human rights. And another, they don't want. They want only money. Thank you.
Thank you. The reaction is indicative. Now, I would like to turn to Pavel Mitova, because when we talk about security, we should pay attention to something more than the strategic armament and building infrastructure, because the defense capabilities have to do with food security, transport security, energy security. In your capacity of energy expert, I'm posing this question. How can the countries from the Western Balkans ensure their energy sovereignty in order not to be dependent on foreign factors? And on the other hand, while the countries of the Western Balkans take care of this, what should be the policy of the European Union in the sphere of the energy vis-à-vis the Western Balkan countries? Thank you, Mr. Volchev, for your question. When talking about the national security, we cannot but mention the topic of energy security because, especially during the past few years, the geopolitical situation we're in the Western Balkans should think about how to ensure their security. And the key role for this will be Bulgaria because if today you are met in a romantic atmosphere of snowfall, if Bulgaria had turned to implementing all its Green Deal commitments and had reoriented itself to use mainly renewables, probably it wouldn't be so romantic. We would have been using candles. But what is important for our region is our geographical location and our energy interconnectedness. That's why Bulgaria has a key role with the systems for interconnectivity, like the Balkan gas hub, the newly built interconnector with Greece, which can ensure diversification of energy sources as regards the gas supply. We should not fool ourselves that when we are buying natural resources like natural gas, which passes through intermediaries, and we are proud that it's not Russian, we shouldn't be fooling that it will be resolving our problem, because the fact that we are buying it from a person other than Russia does not mean that the origin is not Russia. This makes the price higher, and we as European nations need to think what should be the key in such a moment, whether to rely on national and energy security, which we can guarantee through diversification or not. But diversification here means to supply your energy from different vendors at the best price, so that and the supplies to be secured. It doesn't mean cutting one of your suppliers to replace it at 100% by another supplier. So when we replace Russian gas by American energy, we couldn't say we are energy independent. And here is the key role of Bulgaria, because Bulgaria has energy resources which have always ensured not only our security, but the security of our partners, because we have always been exporters of energy, of electricity, because of the nuclear power plant and because of the coal that we have. In general, through the past 20 years, Bulgaria has been moving as an exporter of electricity of approximately 10 terawatt hours per annum, and we are observing a trend in the past years after the start of the Ukraine war, in which our export dropped to 0.2 terawatt hours per annum, which means that not only our energy security is endangered as a leader on the Balkans in the energy sector, but what is at stake is also the security of the whole region. And here we have the key role of the European Union, because while the European Union had turned to an ideology to replace everything with green energy, now we have a geopolitical environment which should slow down these ambitions. We shouldn't replace our national security and the security of everybody around us with the utopia of one ideology. So the European Union, which was created because of coal, would have a ritual suicide because of coal. And here is the role of the Green Deal, because when we talk about the Green Deal, the European Union wanted to see a reduction of CO2 emissions by 55% compared to the levels of 1991. And every normal country should ask the question, what were the emissions in 1991? In Bulgaria, emissions were 105 million tons, and now there are 42 tons. So we have reduced our emissions drastically, and we are a pioneer in the European Union in terms of implementation of the Green Deal. Nevertheless, our politicians who have governed the country in the past years have focused their attention to such a degree to ideology and not to our national security that in the resilience plan they are stating 40% additional reduction of emissions. Of course, this would mean killing the coal energy sector and 35% of the electricity production. To replace this production, we need to rely on renewable energy sources, but they wouldn't be working with such a snowfall, and to rely on nuclear power, but it takes time to expand the existing capacity with new ones. And this makes us face a hard situation because Bulgaria is a traditional exporter to the Western Balkans. We could export it to the Western Balkans, but due to this quasi-tax imposed by the EU, we are dooming even Ukraine because it will not be importing the energy that we would be producing from the coal plants. And Bulgaria has the capacity of producing a sufficient amount of electrical energy to guarantee the stability and security not only of Bulgaria but of Ukraine and of the other members of the Western Balkans. When we're talking about the Green Deal, we should stop thinking in the short term and start thinking more about what the situation currently is, and we should renegotiate these parameters at the European level in order for us to look for alternative supplies and to have more time to develop our energy security in terms of renewable energy sources. Otherwise, we would be dooming ourselves to suicide. Thank you for the interesting story. I have only one question. In the light of what I heard, is it important and how realistic is it for all Balkan countries together to state their desire to maintain their traditional energy, even the countries which are not yet members of the EU? Because currently this resistance against the Green Deal is being voiced at the national level, but still we haven't seen joint resistance against this. We haven't heard a common voice saying that we need to retain our traditional energy and traditional energy sources. Is it realistic to talk about a common front? I strongly hope that it is realistic to talk about a common joint front because in the Western Balkans we rely on lignite coal and hydroelectric resources. Let me give a wonderful example about how we risk our national security through an ideology which is turning into idiocy. We are selling our coal to Serbia, where they burn them in their power plants, and we purchase the energy from our own coal burnt in Serbia. And currently, we think that at the border between Bulgaria and Serbia, there is a wall, an illusory wall, and no pollution is passing back to Bulgaria. This is an idiocy. But unfortunately, we're placed in this situation. Therefore, we should all unite in looking for some opportunities to renegotiate the parameters of the Green Deal, because otherwise we wouldn't have the time necessary to adapt to the latest technology. Thank you. And now I will allow myself to turn to Cynthia Viola. Against the background of the concrete issues we heard so far, my question to you, Madam Viola, will be the following, because you're a specialist in international relations. Against the background of all conflicts around the world, and that due to geography, the Balkans are very close to the conflicts. We know that in the European history, in the European press and historical studies, we have the opinion that the Balkans are determined as a powder keg. Is there danger for those conflicts which are surrounding us in some way to spark so that this powder keg explodes once again? Is there a danger that these conflicts that we see can spark the beginning of conflict on the Balkans that we have seen in the past and that are currently gone or sleeping dormant?
So, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is always a pleasure to come to Sofia. So, regarding the question, I would like to highlight two aspects of security situation and external powers in the Balkans. As a historian, I tend to view events from the historical perspective, so I apologize in advance, but it's really important to see a big picture, I think. So looking at the map of the Balkans, we can see that it is a huge region situated between the West and the East. Essentially a connecting bridge between Europe and Asia. Because of its geographical characteristic, the Balkans is often referred to as a space of shifting empires or a zone of interaction. This means that throughout history, the Balkans has been a continuous buffer zone and one of the key arenas of competition between great powers. The Byzantine, the Ottoman, the Habsburg empires and others have all pursued expansive policies in this region. Therefore, when we say that the Balkan is Europe's powder keg, it's indeed true. The primary reason for this is that the region has consistently served as a buffer zone for great powers. In the past, this was seen in military terms. We see it, today we see it more in terms of political and economic influence. Historically, four power centers have played a decisive role in the Balkans, and these remain significant today. From the north, there is a strong European Germanic influence, primarily significant in financial and economic terms, which today corresponds to the European Union. From the east, there is a considerable Russian influence rooted mainly Slavic connections and religion, and this remains influential even today. Eastern influence has also been supplemented by China, which is present in the region primarily from an economic perspective, although China is relatively a new player in the Balkans. So from the south, the so-called maritime powers, namely like British and the Americans, exert Anglo-Saxon influence that remains relevant both politically and economically. And of course, the Anglo-Saxon interest is the key element is security of Europe and the world, I think. From the southeast, Islamic influences are really strong, especially culturally, primarily through Turkey, but increasingly also through Gulf countries gaining a foothold in the Balkans. This shows that the Balkans has historically been and still is an important meeting point for the great powers. The competing influences of great powers and external actors are essentially a factor that balances the region between the West and the East. If this balance is disrupted, the internal conflicts of the region come to the forefront, making the region unstable. Earlier, I mentioned how significant the geography of the Balkans is for the great powers, while the geographical and historical characteristics also result in the Balkans having a highly mixed population, with state borders not aligning with ethnic ones, of course, a situation that could never be perfectly resolved. This in turn leads to numerous internal tensions in the region. Consider, for example, the Belgrade-Pristina conflicts or untenable situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is important to note that since the Yugoslav wars, the region has been stabilized to the extent that, apart from a few events, the Balkans today sees conflict mainly in rhetorical terms, rather than with weapons. In line with contemporary European trends, right-wing nationalist parties have gained strength in the Western Balkans as well, but this does not mean that any government would find it in interest to escalate a conflict into armed confrontation. Essentially, at the level of political communication, it is advantageous for parties to maintain the possibility of escalation. However, in the medium term, it does not appear likely that any bilateral internal political disputes in the Balkans would escalate into armed conflict or armed confrontation. So, thank you.
Слушайки това,
Listening to you, I'd like to ask, because we've seen that in the past 30 years, is there still the danger that third countries, one of the big powers, great powers, to create a conflict on the Balkans, not for its own interests, but in order to divert the attention from its internal political problems?
For the question, it's always dangerous. So, as I mentioned, this is the key element: is the balances between the West and the East, and this isn't working. It's always dangerous, I think, for the region, and of course it has the possibility to the proxy war, or the proxy war. So yes, it's dangerous, but in the short term, I cannot see an armed conflict. I can imagine it. Thank you.
благодаря.
Thank you. So I will close this second panel discussion. I was very interested to listen to everyone and participate. And now we will hear about the rest of the day. I guess that our speakers can take questions during the lunch break. So this is the end of our morning program. And now we're going to have a lunch break. Lunch is served outside in the room where we had the coffee break. So please be back in 1 hour, and bon appetit.
The room where we had our coffee pause, and I would kindly ask you to be back in the room for the third panel at 2:30 p.m. sharp. So at 2:30, back for the third panel. Enjoy your lunch and bon appetit. third panel for today will be focused on the reconciliation efforts and the rebuilding of relationships at the doorstep of the EU. As we all know, the Balkans have experienced turbulent history, and you know, reconciliation is a very important part of the process, which is why we put this panel here. And I would leave Mr. Ladislav Ilčić, who was a member of the ECR group for the mandate from 2019 to 2024, to present this panel. Mr. Ilčić, floor is yours.
Thank you, Blagovest. We have the most important task at this conference, and this is to move away after this nice lunch any idea of you who would like to take a nap after this lunch. So we have quite a dramatic topic of this panel, and this is war or peace, I would say. So I won't go too deep to the history, but I will just mention that the First World War started here, and 75 years after the Second World War, the only wars in Croatia were after the breakup of former Yugoslavia. So I think that we are all aware that this is very, very, I would say even dramatic part of Europe. And when we speak about war, it's not just a theoretical some expression. It is really bloody, and all of us who survived wars know how bad it is, and that we have to do all our best to avoid war. And when I speak about peace, I don't speak just about the absence of war. I speak about peace as a value with which we are supposed to build somehow. So this reconciliation of people in this southeast part of Europe is something what we really have to build. I will really try to make it more interactive. I have agreement with my speakers, so I would really like you to take part. So after first introductory speeches, if you have any kind of question or comment, but up to 1 minute, because we would like all of these countries to become a member states of European Union, and all of them to become members of European Parliament, and there you have a 1 minute speech, so you have to prepare yourself to say everything important in 1 minute. Okay, I will start with Mr. Nikola Kedi about this reconciliation. The example of European Union itself, actually, the European, which started, all European institutions, which started after the Second World War, they started with some kind of economic cooperation, coal and steel, Northern Ireland. Is this economic collaboration a good tool to make some kind of reconciliation? And what is a conservative approach to this? Is there a difference between conservatives and left-wing politics in which we could present some advantage to this question?
Thank you, and thanks to New Direction for the invitation. You have a very difficult task. To ask somebody from the Balkans to keep it short is very, very difficult. Well, the Balkans produce more history than they consume, Winston Churchill famously said. And we've been trying to digest this for a very long time. But unlike a dinner party, the leftovers of history in the Balkans aren't just forgotten in the fridge. They keep appearing every day in the table of our politics, our society, and our aims to build the future in many of the countries. Reconciliation and rebuilding in the Balkans, in the Western Balkans, remains very vital, not only for the region, but also for the European Union, but also the European security framework and all these processes. And I would say reconciliation starts with the truth. In the Balkans, in Albania, for certainly, I can say it with certainty, we haven't reconciled with our past. After the fall of Yugoslavia, we haven't reconciled with the aftermath and what that meant. We have Kosovo today, which is not recognized by Serbia. How can you have these two countries come at the negotiating table when one says, I'm sitting down, but I do not recognize the person or the country that I have in front? In Albania, we haven't reconciled with our communist past. We didn't open the communist archives when when the appropriate time was to open them. They serve now also as a means of blackmail for many politicians, for many in the judicial system, and so on. We have a government today. Many of the cabinet members are the children, the grandchildren, nephews and nieces of the old communist Politburo. Starting with the Prime Minister. So in order to speak about reconciliation, we need to reconcile with the past. And we need a clean break with our communist past in Albania, and we need a clean break also with the communist past and with the aftermath of the dissolution of Yugoslavia in the Balkans.
If I can jump in, is it possible, for example, the same situation is in Croatia, because all these communists infiltrated in all political spectrum, not just political, they are the main in media, they're using, of course, some autonomy, like university autonomy to stay on their position. Even after Yugoslavia, all professors on political sciences were ex-communists. And of course, when they have to choose their young people who will inherit them, they choose like-minded people and so on. So what would you say? Is it possible to make some kind of illustration? We have some positive examples like Poland, but you know, in Croatia or Albania?
The thing with communism is that it gets treated differently from Nazism and fascism. If you say to someone in Europe, you're a Nazi or you're a fascist, it is meant as an insult. And it has the most negative connotation. If you say to somebody, you're a communist, they may take it as a compliment. And you have high representatives of the European Union who were members of the Communist Party, of the Communist parties in their countries. So it starts also in Europe in order for that wave to come to us. Because
somehow they were winners after the Second World War, and fascists and Nazis were losers. Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, but communism has murdered hundreds of millions of people around the world. And we cannot reconcile with that past without affirming by everybody, by every political force, by every ideology currently in Europe and in the United States and everywhere, that is an ideology, the communism is an ideology that kills, and it kills people.
Usually the public says, oh, leave these bones there, don't touch them, turn to the future, leave the history behind. What do you say?
Well, it's exactly this propaganda that is directed to the media, to the academic world, and so on, in order to make this distinction between communism, that they say had some good parts and some bad parts, but Nazism and fascism, no, they're all totalitarian ideologies that killed millions, hundreds and millions of people. They should be treated the same, and the European Union needs to start this reconciliation with the past, needs to acknowledge that, and then they should help us in the Balkans do that. We have shown that we cannot do it by ourselves, but if we were unable to do it alone, that would be half the problem. We have the European Union imposing their vision on these bad traits, imposing them on us. And they have stopped in a way from being a partner to help us reconcile with the past and build democratic societies and capitalist societies. Because they impose this stabilocracy, the whole Western world has imposed this stabilocracy. Maybe the world has a lot of other problems, in Asia, in the Middle East, and everywhere else. But the Balkans cannot be set aside, and Europe cannot say anymore that it's enough for us, that you are stable and there's no problem. Europe was stable, the Balkans were stable in a sense during the communist period. Albania was a stable country, but it was not a free country. And the only way to build free countries is through democracy and capitalist free market, a free market capitalist system. And this is the only path towards reconciling with the past. And to add,
the final point, you are mentioning these obstacles of denying the truth, but also if I can mention this terrorist attack recently, I think I can call it terrorist in Kosovo when this river, which is used for the cooling of thermal power plants and also enables water for Pristina, was damaged. So when we speak about economic collaboration, it seems that there is no economic collaboration, actually vice versa, so that we have attacks to certain most important points of economy of Kosovo.
And the two countries are treated very differently. If Serbia is the aggressor, it cannot be treated the same way as the country that is being attacked, which is Kosovo. The European Union imposed sanctions on Kosovo. The Biden administration as well was not friendly towards the government of Kosovo while it was being attacked. And also this double standard from the West needs to stop. They need to appreciate, and I'm closing with this, they need to appreciate which are the countries that are unequivocally pro-Western. And I see many countries in the Balkans, Albania, Kosovo, first among them, I would say, because they have the largest percentage of population that wants to join the European Union and also wants the best of relations with the United States. And then they have Serbia, who wants to play both sides, just like Yugoslavia used to play. But you cannot continue like this. If you want the Western Balkans to join as nations that are equal on the negotiating table in the European Union. And maybe the EU integration is a way towards reconciliation, but we need to understand that this integration issue is a little bit like dating. It's exciting at first, but then you understand how much work you need to put in it. So work needs to be put in it by both sides, the European Union and the Balkan countries. We want the rule of law in the Balkans, in each of our countries. We want democratic systems and we want free markets. This can be done only with the help of the European Union, and the European Union has not been at that level because it is encouraging stabilocracy. And I will take to close one example. We had the leader of the conservative opposition, Berisha, under house arrest for 1 year, almost 1 year, without any accusation, which is the only case probably in Europe. And there was not a single declaration from the European institutions.
Mr. Rama is too well connected to some socialists.
Yeah. Socialists usually are very connected among themselves. Sometimes they infiltrate also other parties and also other groups in other ideological leanings. And we on the right need to do the same. We need to collaborate more, and we need to stand up for these values that we believe in, and these values and principles that are the only path towards greater prosperity, greater democratization in Europe and certainly in the Balkans.
Thank you for this, Mr. Gurdev. We heard about some obstacles concerning within Albania, concerning their communist past, but also problems Kosovo, Serbia. We already heard some problems in reconciliation between Bulgaria and North Macedonia, but I would like to hear a few of your statements concerning this. But also, I would like to hear one thing more. I have to say there is one state in this southeastern Europe which has borders with all other states, and this is Serbia, with Croatia, with Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Bulgaria, Romania, and so on. And we had problems with Serbia. I have to say personally, I served Yugoslav army as a young man in Zaječar. Zaječar is 10 kilometers to Bulgarian border. And Serbs in the army always said, when Bulgarian attack us. And then I said, why would Bulgarian attack us? But it was some kind of propaganda like Bulgarian are bad guys. They're going to attack us. And by the way, since I was a Croat and I didn't find much in common with Serbs, both on religious or national or cultural way, I would escape, you know, because for me, Bulgarians and Serbs would be the same. But the question is, Germany, after the Second World War, said, we are sorry. Serbia, after all these wars, or aggressions, I can say, didn't say that. How would you, what would you say about the reconciliation in this part of Europe?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I suppose that you was the soldier in Yugoslav army. Yes. And well, I'll continue on Bulgarian because we are a host country and in respect of our public.
To answer your question, well, it was a different country with different politics, different ambitions. In Tito's doctrine and former Yugoslavia was based on a concept that the concept was that they had to defend themselves from everyone, including the Warsaw Pact. I'd like to highlight that all those countries faced the problem of the past and reconciliation, because based on the past, hybrid strategies are being developed. And when someone mentioned Cyprus earlier, I remember I started my diplomatic career as a diplomat in Nicosia. And then the two, unification was proposed to the two parts of Cyprus. It was proposed by the UN, the UK, Greece, and Turkey. A peace plan was proposed, and some of the people there were for reconciliation, despite this great prospect for EU membership. It was reconciliation that disrupted the whole process. Recep Erdogan was at the beginning of his career. He was very open to the world, and there was a referendum. And the Greek Cypriots voted against, while the Turkish Cypriots voted for, because the Greek President Papadopoulos said that he cannot come to terms with the past. And this disrupted a very clearly defined European prospect. So the past is used to develop and build hybrid strategies, because those who do it, they see the past as black or white, but it's neither black nor white. Yugoslavia had the strategy, and the strategy was that they were the good guys. And Serbia said everybody was an enemy, as you mentioned. And when the process opened, it was very opened actively for our partners from North Macedonia. We proposed to set up a committee for reconciliation, consisting of experts in history. And when this committee was blocked by Skopje, we realized that things there were not moving in the direction towards accepting the past, accepting the truth in order to have a future. So Bulgaria went through this turbulent time. We opened all the archives of the communist services. Our colleagues from Skopje said they didn't want to do it. Although it's not theirs, they're not theirs, they belong to the Yugoslav secret police. But that is why I think that when the EU is putting the issue of reconciliation on the table, are not aware that should be the precondition for all other processes to start, because based on this, very serious strategies are being built, and these are strategies that have been built for millennia. What we can see in the Middle East now is a doctrine, thousands of years old, and it keeps those people there in constant tension and wars. And when you mentioned that Germany accepted the condition, all countries that want to be in common union, they have to accept that the past is neither black nor white, and we have a brighter future than the dark past.
I hope that people understand it. I hope that we have Mr. Haki Abazi online. Yes, we have. Mr. Abazi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course, very well. Thank you and welcome to our panel. So we have in the middle of interesting debate about reconciliation, and I think that people from Kosovo could say something about that. How do you think this possibility for reconciliation, especially with Serbia, and taking account all events, what is going on, not just Banjska last year, but also a few days ago, this attack to this river, and the future of North Kosovo municipalities with Serb majority. So what would you say, what would be your statements concerning possible reconciliation?
Well, thank you, and it's a great pleasure to be with all of you there. I think it's one of the subjects that follows all the conflicts, frozen conflicts, post-conflict situations, and I think in my view and my work for almost 15 years with different groups of civil society, but also government institutions in the Western Balkans, we need to be very clear about the reality in which we exist, and already there are many myths of the past that have poisoned the well of the people of the Western Balkans. And exactly because there has never been a true documentation of truth and facing the past, that has allowed for the myths to exist and continue to be misused in order to basically dehumanize the people, and then the murder of those people to be just a normal thing. And I have to say, unfortunately, us as Albanians historically have been on that edge of different empires and different powers, both regional and otherwise, when the Balkans as a transit route of important trade routes have been either occupied for decades and centuries, or in the transitions, unfortunately, thousands and hundreds of thousands of people have been both displaced and murdered, but these issues have never been dealt with. So what makes it very difficult in the case of Serbs and Albanians, and Kosovo and Serbia in particular, is that these layers of historical confrontations that have ended up always with massive exchange of population or moving population out of the territories. For example, if you go today to the territory of Niš in South Serbia, or in places like Sanjak and Novi Pazar, you see the remains and the people who have been left after massive deportation and killings, and those who have been there have been banned to even speak their languages and exercise their right for culture. This is what I'm talking is just to paint a picture of how deep the issue is and why the conflict keeps coming back. And this, I think, needs to be from a perspective of long-term peace and enduring peace, and being able to go to the good neighboring relationships is a question of understanding where are the basic fundamental roots of the motivation for such a violence and murdering of people comes from. And I think we should not be shy to say that it is about political economy. It's about the interest of controlling mineral resources, which we in Kosovo are very cursed to have many of them. I mean, in other places might be a good luck, but for us has been a curse, because everyone wants to go to Trepča and other mineral sites in order to exploit the wealth, natural wealth of Kosovo. Therefore, humans become collateral damage of the political economy of interest. And until we address this particular specific issue, I believe, as we see almost 25 years after the war in Kosovo, 30 years in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we don't see political will for documenting the truth and facing the past, because I think reconciliation is a result. It is not an ultimate goal of any process. Documenting the truth and facing the past should lead to potential, at least mutual understanding that can be called a good relationship between neighbors. But
if I can jump in, sorry, if I can jump in,
Yeah.
what would you say, what would be, as you say, fundamental, basic requirements for the reconciliation with Serbs?
The fundamental requirement would be for Serbia to give up. I think Austrians could claim Prague for their own city, or fight with the Czech Republic forever, or other countries. I think the reality of this century is that Serbia has basically lost 5 wars. It's a loser of attempt of domination of geopolitical and economic power in the Balkans. It tried to do it through tanks and murdering civilians and people who are innocent. I said previously, it did it because it wanted to be the dominant force in the Balkans, economically and militarily, but it has lost. Now, let's face the truth. Let's face the reality. Let's understand that Albanians have not disappeared from the map. We are a power in Kosovo with 95% of population. We have Albania that, likely or not, it's also an Albanian territory. We have Albanians almost 30% in North Macedonia. We have over 50% of current population living in Western Europe as migrants and diaspora, which means we really have to come to terms with each other and understand that unless there is still a continuous planning for extermination of Albanians from Kosovo, then I think that's a different doctrine, and we will have to face a different situation. And I'm not excluding that.
Just 2 short questions. First, since I was the member of delegation for Kosovo from European Parliament, and I can say that my perception was that Mr. Kurti was linked mostly to the left-wing parties to the European Parliament, and I think that European Parliament moved to the right. Now EPP in European Parliament can make majority for certain files with left-wing groups, and not so EPP does not depend on socialists and liberals as before. And since the Trump's victory in United States, do you expect some kind of change concerning Kosovo approach to European Union and West?
Well, certainly I would expect one, because of the time. I think the window of opportunity for peace is not forever open, as we can see. There are other players in the region that introduce themselves for different interests. The consequences and the ramifications of the Ukraine war with Russia, after Trump's administration starts having an approach there, could potentially lead, and I hope will lead with a clear cut, with this prolonged, forever begging Serbia to come to terms with the reality and accepting the fact that Kosovo is an independent state. It's going to be an independent state and will continue to exist in the Balkans. So instead of having forever spend energy in circles that don't produce anything but waste the time, it's to have a clear path for Kosovo on NATO membership and clear path to the European integration, because the Balkans is important. We cannot have the Achilles heel for the European continent just because Serbia or the Serbian leadership wants to continue some sort of a hope that there will be a time where the West is going to just give up on Kosovo and they can come back and return and make even more atrocities. So I think it's time of a very bold leadership, and I think that's where hopefully after the elections in Kosovo we will have also a different government that will not play tactically with elements that are more of a populist rather than a clear position of Kosovo into these two major objectives, NATO membership and EU integration. Because unfortunately, not that Kurti was left, but he was also a very fragmenting element, political element internally, also with Rama, Prime Minister Rama in Albania, and also played a very destructive role with the Albanian parties in North Macedonia by introducing a model that is harmful of non-representation of majority Albanians in the government in North Macedonia. So it's a combination, it's time. I think we have 2.5 decades now in Kosovo of peace. We need to move swiftly with the EU integration, independently from requirements and conditions that Serbia might want to continue to play on this process.
I think that we successfully managed to unpack this package arrangement which was introduced at the beginning, that all countries have to enter together. But I will be brave to be a little bit provocative at the end. So my personal perception was always that Croats and Kosovars were partners, because we had problems with the same state, with Serbia. So normally, logically, it was so. But when I come to Janjevo, when I came last year, actually this year on springtime, I saw that Croats had problems with Kosovars. Actually, in so many problems that they were closer to Serbs than to Kosovars there. What was a big surprise for me, and I can understand the animosity Kosovo people have concerning Serbs, and because Serbs really treated badly Kosovars. But my question would be: are you prepared to make some kind of compromise, special attention to all minorities, so they would feel very comfortable there, and so that which would enable this reconciliation?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to agree with you. Croats have kind of paid the price of animosity between some sort of a Slav-Albanian relationship, I would say, in general, but not because that was a Croat-targeted approach. I think Kosovo has lingered with instability internally because of the political kind of lack of political vision in moving forward in many aspects. But I don't think that would answer fully your question. Are we ready? I think constitutionally we are more than ready, because we have 20 seats that are guaranteed for minority groups in the parliament. And I wish Croats would be those who would use one of those 20 or some of the 20 seats in the parliament to have their voice in the parliament of Kosovo, and not have 10 guaranteed seats for Serbs that represent only 4% of the population. Nevertheless, political processes, the agreements, international agreements, not necessarily satisfy everyone, as we know. We had to compromise with an independent state with our largely supported vision of joining Albania, because we were part of it before Slavs occupied. So we compromised. I guess some of the minority also, in case Croats, also suffered because of this political arrangements that not necessarily clearly take into account every single person and every single community. But am I ready as a member of parliament? I think Croats and Albanians have historical good relationship. Albanians live still in Dalmatia with their roots and inheritance. And I think Croat state has proven to give them the political space, the representation space, economic opportunities, and so on. And we should do the same, not only with Croats in Janjeva, but also Croats in Stubla and the border with North Macedonia villages. And I guess they're also suffering because of the very slow economic recovery of Kosovo. You know, just imagine 200,000 young Kosovars left Kosovo in last 4 years because of lack of opportunities. And this locked situation in the political dialogue forever with Serbia conditioning us in moving forward in the Council of Europe, in the integration processes in EU, it also creates in the image of instability, which means private sector has hard time to convince itself to invest in Kosovo. Those are political goals for sabotaging Kosovo's sustainability on the side of Serbia. And it's a long-term strategy. So I guess I went around, but I would say, yes, I think that our partner relationship should be not only with Croats, but with all the communities and minority groups that live in Kosovo, because I consider as a value and a diversity being a very rich, it means also the country is moving in a prosperous way.
Thank you, Mr. Abazi, for these detailed answers. Kosovo is certainly a hot topic, and we could speak about Kosovo all panel, but we have to go further to Mr. Stefan, and I could say outsider here, since you are not, I don't know any definition which would put Hungary in Western Balkans. So what would you say as, let's say, more objective approach, point of view, could this accession to EU be strong enough incentive for all these countries for reconciliation among these countries?
So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. Yes, my short answer is yes. My long answer has to start with the fact that there are two rivaling narratives on practically what the EU is. There is the economic one and the security. Economic, that it saved the welfare state, and security is that was made against the Soviets. But the overarching vision of the EU was always a peace project, which has its own draw. And you know, this is important because it is what allowed Germany to reconcile with its own past. And the thought of the founding fathers that this indeed can happen and the cycle of hatred can end. And I argue that this peace spirit still has a draw. It's still something where states outside the EU look for it in the EU. And I have Croatia as an example, and because of that, please, if I say anything wrong, feel free to tell me. But if you look at Croatia, the mainstream parties after 2000 committed themselves to embrace this peace spirit and to join the European Union. And this, first of all, meant a reconciliation with themselves in the Yugoslav wars. And you know, this was despite the fact that they had to face the legacy of Tudjman, who fought tooth to nail to say that nothing could have been done wrongly by the Croats in the wars. And this was bravery from the elite to work together with the International Tribunal and also convince the public that this was needed, that this was needed to embrace that peace spirit. So this was not a popular move, and that has to be highlighted because even today not enough time has passed for the scars to heal that came from either from the war or the rebirth of national identities after the breakup of Yugoslavia. So, because individually you just can't expect the people to just forgive and forget and that's it. It's not how it works. And so the role of the elites is very, very important in this. And it needs bravery. And let me just say a quick statistics when Ante Gotovina was, on the first instance, was charged.
Don't touch this very harmful.
I just want to say one thing, which is that when that happened, Croatian support for the EU was 28%, right? Yeah. So this unpopular move and this bravery was needed for this.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for jumping in, but as you heard before, we are all for, in general, for reconciliation. But different voices said there are some other preconditions for reconciliation, like truth, like respect, like you mentioned Gotovina now and so on. Oh, we pay the price, I have to say. In Croatia, we still now, in last 10 years, Serb minority decides about the government. They're around 3% now. You know, so it's painful. You know, so it's not the role of minority to decide about the government, and that's the case now. We had to give Gotovina, you know, and so on. So it is painful. The question is, what is the position of European Union itself? For example, Mrs. Edith mentioned the backlash of democracy here. And I can mention the backlash of democracy in European Union. We have called holy cows there. Green Deal, gender ideology, migration. You're not supposed to say anything about that. You have limited freedom of speech. You have limited media access. So it is really a backlash of democracy in European Union itself. So what would you say? Can we, and all of us expect European Union to help Western Balkan countries, and how they can help if they have their own problems?
So I will split this question into two, if you don't mind. The first is what the EU should have as a role, where it can give a framework for negotiations, one, and it can offer this peace spirit, as I said, which I still think has a draw. And regarding the framework of negotiations, let me tell you that just because a member state joins the EU doesn't mean that it won't have issues with other member states. That's not the point. The point is that there's a framework in which they respect each other, in which they negotiate. And the EU offers that, and it offers the technical aspects, it offers the mediation, it offers all of this to show that this is how it can be done. So that's important. Regarding your question about arguments about democracy in the EU, to me it's a bit of a different topic, but I can of course answer it. Now in the EU, I think there is a fundamental disagreement on what democracy is. And it stems from obviously this rule of law debate where some member states tell other member states that they don't follow the rule of law. And this is a theory of mine, so take it as a personal opinion. But in my opinion, in the West, this idea of liberal democracy basically assimilated into the rule of law. They mean the same by it. While in the East, it's not the case. And it's not that I don't want to have an argument for either, but what I want to say is that there are fundamental differences. For example, liberal democracy puts much more important focus on minorities, and I mean political minorities, the kind that you mentioned. And so when they look at the East, they will say, if you don't put focus on the political minorities, you're undemocratic. Of course, these would say, but that's not what rule of law is, that's not what democracy is. So there's this fundamental disagreement, which, in my opinion, will take possibly decades to solve, because you could even argue, but a whole other topic, that of course rule of law will evolve, but is it evolving the right way?
And one more question concerning this. I think that what you are saying now, more and more people in Europe realizes. So it means that we have an increase of right-wing parties, let's say so. But do you think that there is a danger that we go too much to another side? You know, because when we say this and this doesn't work in European Union, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. And then people say European Union is a bad project, what I don't think. Do you think that there is a threat of going too far to the right?
There's always a danger of that, but honestly I'm optimistic, because if you look at patriots of Europe, who are, I would say, the main ideologues when it comes to the right-wing opinions in the European Union, they don't say we don't want EU. They say we want a different EU. They say we want the nations of Europe. And the nations of Europe idea is not against the idea of European Union in any way, not at all. It's a rivaling narrative to federalism. Both of them have their own merits. It's completely legitimate. And of course, another topic, but still to this, the European Parliament would say, no, that's completely anti-European, let's put a quarantine on them. Different topics, yeah. Okay. But so because of that, no, I don't really fear that we'll go too much. I in fact think that the patriots of Europe will have a positive influence on the European Union, mainly because so far European politics was something that was not interesting to the general populace. They don't care. The European elections were second-hand elections. And now the topics, migration, liberal democracy versus illiberal democracy, these are topics that work on both levels. These are topics where the populace talks about it. It works on both levels. And so, I'll phrase it differently. These can be constructive, positive topics, not destructive.
It's time for you. We have 10 minutes more. If you have any question or comments, please just raise your hand. I will continue with questions. About the security reconciliation and the approach of right-wing parties. So usually in public, it's a common opinion that right-wing parties are more dangerous because like we are more patriots, we like our countries more than leftists, let's say so. And then we are proud of our history. Of course, I'm proud when, you know, some thoughts when Croatia was big are, I like it more than Croatia was small. Then you will start to think when, I don't know, Bulgaria was, you are Albania. Albania was big. He will start to think about when Bulgaria was big and things like Hungary, you know, Orban with the scarf, with half of Croatia, you know, it was not easy to me. I'm Orban supporters, but it was not easy to me, you know, to explain my public when he appeared, you know, to the football game with half of Croatia as a part of big Hungary and so on. So what do you think about that? Can right-wing parties, which are much more realistic concerning economy, the role of state, basic values, I have to say, demography, birth rate, you know, so I have 6 children, you know, I don't know so many, I'm better than Albanians now, I have to say. Can right-wing parties be solution providers or problem makers?
Well, of course, solution makers. I don't know any of the major conservative parties in Europe that are saying we want to, I don't know, invade our neighbors or other parties. That's not the discussion on the table. And I think it's more this propaganda coming from everywhere to demonize these parties because they are bringing one matter that I think is very important to the front. These conservative parties in Europe and also the Republican Party with President Trump in the US. That we have a crisis of representation in our societies, in all of the West. And we have produced elites that are not representative, because every country needs elites, but the problems start appearing when these elites are unrepresentative. And that's the issue with the European Union, with the bureaucracy there, with unelected individuals who start making decisions about the lives of millions of citizens without having any mandate about these. So I see many of the conservative parties in Europe raising these issues and saying we need to, in order to save this European project, a project that started in its basis on peace, on reconciliation and so on, we need to get back to the basis, to get back to the values that started, that birthed the European project. We need to go back to limited governments, to shrinking the administrative state that is making decisions about us, without having any vote in their name in order to make these decisions and without asking anybody. That is why we see this demonization of these parties, because they are threatening this status quo, this swamp, to call it a Trumpian name. And of course they will react. And the so-called establishment or these unrepresentative elites are reacting and are involved in a major operation of propaganda everywhere on both sides of the Atlantic. So to answer your question, I think the only proven solutions throughout history have come from conservative or center-right parties.
So you're not that bad as they say.
We've seen it with Ronald Reagan in the United States, with Margaret Thatcher in the United Kingdom, who came and found the country ravaged by socialism and managed to restore the greatness of the United Kingdom. And we are seeing it with Javier Milei in Argentina, who again took a country ravaged by socialist policies, by Kirchnerism, and is saving his country. We saw it with the 4 years of President Trump, and we're likely to see it again, also with Prime Minister Orban, and also in the Balkans we've seen it with the conservative governments of the Democratic Party, who simply by cutting taxes, slashing regulations, advocating for a protection or defending our traditions, our values, our history, our culture, managed
had better results.
And Albania had the most of its achievements. It joined NATO under a conservative government. It liberalized visas with the Schengen area. And it went so close to get the candidate status. So I see solutions coming from the conservative side, and thank God that there are conservative parties.
Mr. Gudev, just a small question, since I don't
I want to ask to answer of your previous questions.
But
First,
I will just fulfill it. Nicola mentioned elites. And elites were defeated now in the United States. Or elites, all establishment, concerning mainstream media, actors, singers were on side of Kamala Harris. And Trump won. Do you see any kind of future there? What would you say about these elites? Are there victors forever or not?
Окей. Добре, ще отговоря. Исках да отговоря на предишния.
I wanted to answer your previous question as well. Any member state can answer the question whether Greater Albania or Greater Bulgaria or Austria-Hungary is greater than the European Union. Do we look more successful and greater? The European idea is much more unifying. And I should say that Russia and US were also European ideas, because if you take away the European identity, what kind of identity can you have? And that is why the European idea, the European culture have been successful projects. And this involves all those countries that perhaps now feel nostalgic about the past, but they are part of the European project. Well, about the elites in the US. When we received the results from the elections, there was an interesting graph. The Bush, Clinton families and Biden families, they took part in all presidential races in the past 50 years. So when we talk about elites, it's much more important to see whether the line has been successful. And it's confronted in 3 dimensions. The policy to Russia, almost close to war, also the Middle East and China. And we have confrontations there. For Donald Trump, there are elites. And when we saw the billionaires who supported him, well, we learned that he was not alone. It's not random. It's a new way to go out of the crisis. In the crisis brought about by those families. But when we talk about right-wing conservatism, it's not the same. One is economic theory, the other is cultural clusters. Why is conservatism in Europe coming back? Because this is what made us a successful project and culture. What the European societies could see in the liberal gender ideology created a disruption in the structure within the structure of the European family. What the European societies could see with those migration flows and the migrants that who don't want to integrate, they are destroying the European culture, and this created a disruption within our European projects, and that's why conservatism is making a comeback. And that's why the time for small, great countries in Bulgaria are over, and now it's time for a greater and more successful European idea.
Mr. Stefan is following this one, because if we manage to persuade all institutions, global forces to respect the truth, to respect our identity, to respect clean relations among nations and things like this. Finally, the peace is something what comes from our hearts. If we are good, we shall be peaceful. If we are bad, we shall be aggressive. We shall try to harm other people. And that is the question of education, that is the question of family, that is the question of demography. So Donald Trump put, as I heard, $250 million in one advertising, how to say, which makes laugh out of gender theory. And Kamala Harris, who, you know that Kamala Harris came to the prison and told all the prisoners, if you as a man want to become she, the state will pay for it. And Trump used it and showed to black people in Philadelphia having no money for bread, Kamala will use your money from your tax to change sex for prisoners, something like this. They wouldn't have paid so much money if they would think that there would be no result out of this. So do you think that this, I would say, openly crazy, woke approach in the world can be changed, and can we come back to some normal, universal human values? I have to say that we have quite a good opinion concerning this question, what Hungary does. What do you think globally? Is it possible to change this?
I think it is possible to change it, and I also think that it is being changed as we speak, because, after some time, especially when it comes to the demographic challenges of Europe, reality has to be faced. After 1990, well, not the official opinion, but the unofficial opinion of even the Commission was that, okay, family is not so important, we can deal more with political minorities, or we can just invite migrants in. And now Europe has to face a reality that this is just not possible. And this has to realize that the basis of democracy, the family, the nation, is the starting point. So if the state was a pyramid in which it has to have rigid foundations, it has to look like a pyramid. And in the last 30 years, it looked like a reverse pyramid, where it was built on unstable foundations like this, right? But it is changing, and it is changing because, luckily, realities have to be faced, and it is being faced. Regarding family policy, I can tell you that in the last 1.5 years, the actually Commission changed course, so it is now focusing more on families. Regarding the woke ideology, I think about this a lot myself, but I mean, there's perhaps what has to come is an equilibrium, where of course political minorities are important. No one should say that it is something we should just not care about. Is that the focuses of our society has to be in the right place, then comes everything else. And I am optimistic it will happen.
Thank you, dear panelists, for all your remarks. I hope that we brought some good ideas. It was useful for me. I hope it was useful for me, for you too. And I at least hope that you didn't take a nap during our panel. Thank you.
I don't think, given the very interesting the conversation that you had from reconciliation to history of the Western Balkans to an analysis of the US elections, could be not interesting. So thank you once again, Mr. Illich, on behalf of everyone here. And this concludes our third panel. We have one more panel to go, one which I deeply care about, the Young Leaders debate, which we'll have in about 15 minutes. Go grab a coffee and then we finish strong in the last panel. Thank you. Почивка, кафе, пауза за 15 минути, за 15 минути. a panel that I actually hold very dear to my heart because it showcases the young people of the Western Balkans, showing that we're not that different and we can work and we are facing similar challenges, but I would certainly want to hear more from them today. So, panel 4, Youth in the Western Balkans Navigating Uncertain Pathways. Mr. Kandic, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Привет на всички. And that is probably everything I can say in Bulgarian. Even I was listening Bulgarian chalga for a long period, but I cannot say more. Before we begin, I would like to say big thank you and our gratitude to the New Direction and to the Western Balkans Summit team that they organized this event, but also that they gave us a chance to be part of it, but also to give perspective of the young people from the Western Balkans. We are really happy that on this panel you will have a chance to hear real stories from the real life of people who are living now in that what we are calling Western Balkan in terms of EU accession. We know that probably also Bulgaria is sometimes part of Western Balkans, that maybe Croatia is part of Western Balkan in some terms, but now when we are talking in the Western Balkans in 2024, for sure we are thinking about Western Balkan 6. And today, here with me are my fellows, my peers from the European Democracy Youth Network, and they are all great individuals, I would say. They are young people who are recognized like leaders in their societies, and I would introduce them by the sitting order. Today with us is Besar György from Kosovo. He is a research fellow at the Group for Legal and Political Studies, but also Eden representative from Kosovo. With us is also Jetmir Asani. He is chair of the Municipal Council in Municipality of Čair in Skopje from North Macedonia. And he's the youngest person at that position in North Macedonia, but also chief of the cabinet of the first deputy prime minister of North Macedonia. As I said, he's coming from North Macedonia. Today with us also Maggie Perduka. She is the lead fellow and advisor to the cabinet of the Minister of Health in the Albanian government. With us is also Amila Husic from Bosnia and Herzegovina. She's lawyer and activist from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Kristina Stjepanovic, she's coming from Montenegro. She's part of the local council in municipality of Nikšić in Montenegro. And last but not last with us, but also really important is Mirjana Jugovic. She's activist and entrepreneur from Serbia and Eden representative from Serbia. Well, you are probably thinking why Eden and who are all of these people? What is European Democracy Youth Network? And that is a large European network with more than 800 members in 23 country chapters, which are mostly or political activists or civil society activists. And they are united in Europe because of dialogue, because of possibility to discuss different things, but also to provide different solutions. What is like a topic of our main panel? It is not only right now situation in the Western Balkans in 2024, but we also want to connect like the whole decade. What started in early 2000s, 2020s, and what we feel now about our perspective of joining European Union in 2030. If you remember just 5 years ago, we were promised that we will join European Union at 2030. Today, at 2024, we are not sure that 2030 will be the year when Western Balkans are joining European family. That's why we will start with our questions. And we will start with our colleague from Albania by alphabetical order. Maggie, we are starting with you. Can you tell us some overview of the current security and economic challenges in Albania? And are these challenges unique somehow for Albania, or we can copy-paste them in all other Western Balkan societies?
So, yeah, thank you for having me here, and also thank you for your question, because it reminded me of a story of one of my friends. He's called Luka, and 30 years ago he lived in a small village in Albania, and his biggest dream and ambition was to become a doctor and build a small clinic in the village because the healthcare was not accessible. He left Albania and went to Germany to study medicine in a scholarship, and he promised his family and neighbors that he would return and support the community that has raised him. And as the days went by, he understood that the stability that he found there was actually nearly not found in his own country. So one day when his friend, his childhood friend, called him and told him that the closest hospital that they had near the village was closing and one of their neighbors had died because he could not access the care he needed, he had to choose between going to his own country or staying and living the life that he was living, and he made a choice and he stayed. So the village kept waiting, and another young boy wanted to become a doctor, but now there was no Luka to actually inspire him and tell him that staying could actually make a difference. So the Luka's story is not unique at all. It's a story of generations that are choosing between their dreams or their homeland. And actually, migration is a big problem, I think, in our region as a whole. And it's not just choosing your dreams, or it's not just choosing your bigger dreams, but it's also a symptom of deeper issues in our own home, in our own countries. And in 2003, 30% of young people in the Western Balkans, from a survey, were unemployed. So I think this is one of the main reasons why people are actually leaving. And it's not only about jobs, but it's also about education. Most of us have felt like our education system is not preparing us for the world that we're actually stepping into. And it's not in sync with this world. And also another statistic shows that only 40% of people in the Western Balkans think that their education is preparing them for the labor market. And to be honest, I was one of the 60% that thought I was not prepared for the labor market in my own country, and that's why I decided to go abroad and study. And like Luka, I also told my parents that I'm coming back, but the more I stayed in the city that I was studying, the more I thought that I would probably not return. So when I graduated, I was in a crossroad, and I had to come back or stay in a place where I felt like everything seemed brighter than in my home country. But I made a choice and I returned, and I think it's the best thing that I've ever done. Now sitting here talking to you, I see that I can make a difference in my own country, a difference that maybe where I was staying I could not make. But in order to help young people in our own countries, we need to make we need real change. And this change, as I said, starts from investing in our education and also in employment, but also it's very important to involve young people in policy making. If these youngsters see that their voice is shaping public policies and is shaping communities, I think that they will be more inclined to stay in their own countries that are helping to make better. So to conclude, the Western Balkans, I think, have untapped potential in their youth, but it's really important to support them in order to not having them just see a future in our own countries, but also thrive within it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Well, you mentioned few important things. One for sure is about unemployment and unemployment rates of young people. And that was maybe in 2003 or 2013, for example, the main reason why young people were leaving Western Balkans. But the newest surveys, like RCC Balkan Barometer, is showing that young people are not leaving Western Balkans only because they don't have a chance to find the right job, but also that, for example, they are not happy with their educational system, that they don't have trust in security, that they don't have trust to the judicial system, but also that there's a lack of trust to any kind of the state institutions. And for sure, it is different from country to country. And when we are coming to the specific country, the least trust to the public institution is in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Where is Amila coming from? Amila, you are coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, same like me, from one of the countries with probably the strangest political system in the Europe. I would not say the most complex, but for sure one of the strangest. And how young people in Bosnia and Herzegovina are living? Is that strange political system also some kind of obstacle for them to achieve their full youth participation and full involvement in a social development?
Well, yes, definitely. Strange is only the beginning of the legal and administrative system in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I could like to echo what Maggie said. We have similar issues regarding youth and the youth leaving Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's always either education, stability, a job opportunities. However, I think it boils down to simply how well or not well they're being supported by their own governments. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, for those who don't know, we have two entities. One of those entities have 10 cantons, an extremely complicated system, even to apply for a job, especially if you're applying within the government sector. Excuse me. One of the banalities of this type of system is also that as a young person, probably born after the war, you're supposed to sign a document stating that you have not been involved in the conflict, despite not even existing at that moment. And these are the minor things that build up over time, and it brings to this frustration within the youth that they don't even have what motivation they had maybe when they were studying or after they studies. After a few years, you get fed up and you just leave the country. And at the same time, even though you're a foreigner, you're treated as a foreigner probably, you're still going to be more accepted sometimes than it was in your own country, especially if you're going from city to city or canton to canton within Bosnia and Herzegovina. So yes, navigating the complex system is very tiring at times, and something definitely that I can with confidence say that most youth in Bosnia and Herzegovina will agree with. But at the same time, if you're willing to persevere and you have the opportunity to give back to your own local society or even at higher levels, it's rewarding. But at the same time, we can see that the youth aren't as inactive as we sometimes perceive them. According to the last census or the last surveys after the elections, when there is a 54% of a turnout rate overall, there's a 52% of a turnout rate in voting for young people. So the young people are equally engaged or not engaged as a general population. However, at the same time, we don't really see the representation within the political parties and within the institutions. I'd say that it's a parallel to the gender issue, so to say, in representation. We have women, we have youngsters in the political parties. However, we don't really see them in the seats in parliament or in other similar institutions. So it's something that we are working on. Let's say a lot of youngsters are engaged also in the civil society sector, and I think this is somewhere they're most prominent. However, there are so many things that we should, as a society, but also as the government of Bosnia and Herzegovina should address if we do in fact want to follow the EU path and actually keep the youth in Bosnia and Herzegovina to help build that path forward.
Okay. Thank you, Amila. For some of you who maybe don't know so much about politics of Bosnia and Herzegovina, it is not only that it is extremely complex, but also that question of position of young people in Bosnia and Herzegovina is different than in any other country in the region. In our national parliament, there is 0 young MPs. There is none person who is younger than 30. There's also none person in a national parliament younger than 45. And that is only case in the whole Europe, that we don't have youth representation at the state level. For sure, in some local communities, we have few of them, and maybe we have only 2 mayors in a whole Bosnia and Herzegovina, where we have around 270 different local communities, only 2 mayors are young people. So maybe part of the answer is complex system, but maybe is also about age of our population. because Bosnia and Herzegovina is one of the oldest nations, but not in terms who started to live in the Balkans first, but one of the oldest population in terms of the average age. But Besar is coming from the society where that is not a problem, because Kosovo has the lowest age rate, and it is youngest European society. But which challenges you have in Kosovo? And are that challenges also unique, or maybe there are something what is joint for all of us in the Western Balkans, so you can present them maybe at the level of the region? And also maybe, because we already heard some of the challenges, and probably you will repeat again some of them, can you tell us what can be some kind of solution for us in the Western Balkans, how to overcome the challenges?
So you want me to provide a solution for the Western Balkans problem? I think that's mission impossible. But we can always start from somewhere. And today I would like to focus on the security issues we are facing. And I would like to take a regional look at the problems. So it's a cliche now, but we cannot have this conversation without talking about it. And it is the fact that the war in Ukraine has changed the whole security architecture of our continent. It was based in the 1975 Helsinki Accords that every nation, although they do not like their borders, they respect it and they will not attack each other. So we had cases like Soviet Union and Yugoslavia where states collapsed from within, but we didn't have any cases of nations attacking each other. Now, Russia, of course, broke that first with Georgia, then in 2014 with Ukraine, but in 2022, the problem went from being a regional issue to a full-scale political order challenged by Russia. So of course, Western Balkans, being an organic part of the Europe, started to feel the reverberations of this conflict in our region as well. It was mentioned today several times that in Kosovo we had the second terrorist attack in the span of a year. In Bosnia, there's increasing political instability and talks about breaking up the country. In Montenegro, we can see also some political turbulences, tendencies to change the language of official language of the country. So we can see that almost in all of the countries, there is some sort of problems that either appeared or became worse ever since the crisis started. And I think from this, we have to draw two lessons. And the first is that we need to rethink the security architecture of our region. And the second, this has exposed the limits of the current approach of the EU towards the Western Balkans. When I talk about the first point, the underlying assumption was that the United States has been here ever since the 90s and will be here for the foreseeable future to provide security. And we talked about this even in the panels today. Well, the problem is United States is facing the largest problem it has ever faced with China now. Its rise and its competitiveness with the United States. So increasingly what we have seen ever since the Obama administration is a pivot towards Pacific. And in the case of Chinese invasion of Taiwan, which many people believe is increasingly is happening, we will have a complete shift of the United States to the Pacific. So it will no longer be in the region, and in the what this means in the very near future, it means that there will be less and less American presence, and we need to live with that. Now, of course, we talk about Trump's election, and he has the credentials of an isolationist in the foreign policy. So this is again in line with that prediction. So here we come to the second point: the limits of the current approach of the EU. So you talked about the promise of being members. The first promise of the EU to the Western Balkans was in 2003 in the now famous Thessaloniki Summit. I think back then we were all kids, and now we are adults. We are researching and working on that project, and still there's no end date within the site. So this current approach of we will talk and talk and talk, and we had the talks today that everybody agrees the Western Balkans needs to be in the EU, but it's a matter of time. but it makes a huge difference if we enter within 5 years or if we enter within 50 or 30 years. Hopefully not the latter options. So we need to move from these talks of the EU of accession to real action, to start opening chapters, start opening clusters in a much more dynamic way. And in this way, the EU can also be a security provider. And I'm not talking about the militaristic terms here. I'm also providing with embracing the European values, we can overcome the conflicts. To take an example, for example, Robert Fico and Viktor Orban today are seen as ideological allies. On issues like Ukraine, they talk pretty much in tandem. But if we go back some 20 years or more back in time, this didn't used to be the case. They used to be antagonistic with each other because of the Hungarian minority in Slovakia. But since they became a member of the EU, they were able to resolve these ethnic tensions through European values, through giving more rights to minorities. And I think this is the attitude that we need to adopt in the region as well. And this is where the youth comes into perspective. I have a lot of respect for the generations that came before us. They achieved a lot, but I think they have a lot of the baggage that they have inherited from the past. And I think it is our duty, more than anyone else's, to embrace these European values of democracy, of human rights, fundamental rights, and move forward with this.
Thank you. You mentioned, for example, that cooperation between Hungary and Slovakia, and every time when I think about Slovakia, I'm remembering the sentence by Madeleine Albright, who said that Slovakia is the black hole of Europe, and that probably that was in the 90s, and that probably Slovakia will never join European family. And today we see that Slovakia is a member of European family, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina we like to call Bosnia and Herzegovina black hole of Europe. I mean, that is still from the period of Ivo Andrić, who is our Nobel Prize laureate, and we are sometimes pretty pessimistic about future, especially when you are in some kind of love-hate relation with European Union, when you are thinking that you are moving, but you don't see the clear steps that something is happening. But this is not the case in Montenegro. We cannot say that there is nothing happening in Montenegro and that European future is so far from Montenegro, or maybe I'm wrong. Answer on that will give us Christina, but also Christina will tell us more about challenges which young people are facing right now in Montenegro, especially because it is a specific community. It is pretty small by population and by land area, but that doesn't mean that challenges which young people are facing are also small. So Christina, can you tell us more what is happening right now in Montenegro?
Thank you, Nicola, for this introduction. First of all, I want to thank the organizers and Eden for making this platform for us young people to voice our concerns and our visions about the future of this region. I think it's very important for young people to have an opportunity to talk and to speak about what we think for us is truly important regarding of differences that we definitely have on different topics. So yeah, a lot of things is happening in Montenegro, and usually when we talk in these kind of conferences, we kind of do not shift a lot to Montenegro. That's what I would say, which is sometimes good, but sometimes it's also bad, because researchers and people who are investigating what's actually going on in the Balkan region, and believe me, sometimes people in the Balkan region do not know what is going on. They just think that, you know, we are, but I would say that we were once a European path leader in the region. We are the closest to actually being a state member of the EU, and that, and then something really bad happens. That happened 4 years ago when we had a big shift in the political structure of power in Montenegro, where the people who were in power actually did not believe in our European path. So you had the prime minister, for example, in that time, that said that we were going to enter the EU by, I don't know, 2023 or 4, and you know, he was probably not able to think very well in that moment. But we had, the point is that we had people who do not truly believe and who do not even want to understand European values. And that is a big problem. The only value that they want is some benefits that they could get for themselves, not for the citizens, not for the country as a whole. And I think the whole region really can have benefits from the EU. But I would say what we sometimes forget is that the EU can have also a benefit by getting this region accessed, because it's not a one-way street. It takes two to tango. It's an investment. It's an investment into our future, especially of us young people, and it's, like I said, a two-way street where everybody is responsible for getting the accession talks done or not. So when we talk about the youth in Montenegro, it's not very much different from other Western Balkan countries, meaning that the pressing issue in Montenegro for young people is staying in Montenegro, because we do not have many opportunities, especially if you're politically active, especially if you are in a position like me. And when you are not afraid of voicing your opinion, especially as a young woman who is not afraid of saying what her peers and her colleagues or her friends think, and what I think is that Montenegro is a sovereign nation, Montenegro is an independent nation, which we do have a problem with our neighbors who have some greater aspirations, which are, you know, in this century, for me, really, I don't know what word I would say in English, but let's say not good, pretty bad. And it's very hard for young people to stay in a country where you have almost every month some kind of elections. Is it locals? Is it the parliamentary ones? I think we had 3 governments in the last 4 years. Everybody is now perceiving themselves as being European, which is totally not true. We have people in the government and in our parliamentary majority, and by that I mean the president of our parliament of Montenegro, who was actually accused of being in the coup d'etat. I don't know if there is a similar situation in the Western Balkan region or in Europe, but he was accused in case of preparing a violent change of government on the election day of 2016. And I have to say that I am very proud of being a Montenegrin, of speaking the Montenegrin language, of being a Montenegrin woman. And I will always defend the country where, especially when those kind of bad relations starts in our region. And I think one thing is very important, like you said, and like everybody here says, people do leave for our countries for better employment, but they also leave because it's unstable, politically unstable. And Montenegro now is unfortunately politically unstable country. We do not have stability in Montenegro. Once we did, but now, unfortunately, that's, that period of stability is gone. But I have to end on a positive note. We are resilient, and it is not if a state is small, and you all know that Montenegro is a pretty small state, it is not the size of the state is relevant, is the spirit of the people that gives the strength to one nation. And believe me, Montenegrin youth is not ready to give up on our EU dream. We are not ready to just go out of the country, because I'm also one of those students that came back to Montenegro, and I and my colleagues here, I'm sure we are all ready to give our knowledge and our energy back to our country so we can implement and have our society actually be prosperous.
Thank you. Great. Well, you mentioned that probably all of us have the same problem, that young people are leaving the Balkans. But it's not that young people are just leaving Balkans. Young people are leaving Germany, young people are leaving United Kingdom, young people are leaving Australia, and that's normal. Young people are constantly leaving their original place of birth or living. For us, it's maybe more question, do we have a strategy who will come? How we will fill that gaps and that empty spaces. I believe that our government still did not find the answer on that question. But you mentioned something that in Montenegro you have elections constantly. Maybe, but I believe that leader in the region is for sure Serbia. In Bosnia and Herzegovina we have elections in some, I don't know, sterile way, like every 4 years. We are continuing every cycle and constantly have elections in October, like every 4 years, and that is not so interesting. Even campaign is constant, like campaign lasts constantly. It is not happening, not ending, but I believe that the leader with elections in the past probably 10 years is Serbia. Like I would say, Mirjana, that elections are happening constantly. And can you tell me how young people can position themselves in Serbia if they don't know when new elections will happen, if they don't know what to plan at the local level, what to plan at the state level, but also can young people in Serbia somehow influence the regional trends and everything what is happening in the region of the Western Balkan 6?
Yeah, thank you, Nikola, for this great question. Actually, Serbia is really in the obstacles and really big and high problems because there is main sign why is continuous happening elections. My opinion now is that there is artificial briefing of current governmental who is leader, actually, who leads by Aleksandar Vučić now. And on the other hand, his governmental is more strength and now is in growing more and more. So interior picture in Serbia for people is covered by media darkness, like we have, unfortunately. It's not just in Serbia, I believe in other countries in Western Balkans. And exterior pictures we see today. I was hearing other panelists, everyone say the same, like now current governmental doesn't do nothing for to make stable this region, to cover Western Balkans in good relations and good statement. I'm talking as a representative of older generation of youth because I'm over 30. And now, yeah, I'm activist, but in the last 5 years, I was involved in politics. I'm actually, 2019, I came back from Turkey now, from Istanbul. I finished and graduated my PhD studies in field of cultural heritage protection. Why is that important? Because I'm a member of UNESCO and I'm expert of UNESCO, and I was working on protection, cultural heritage and identity of nations of throughout Western Balkans. And till 2020, I recognize whole nations throughout Western Balkans. So when I came back, I decided to get involved in politics because I realized it's very important that youth should participate in politics. And I chose at that moment third parliamentary party in Serbian governmental, that was People's Party, and who was leader Vuk Jeremić, and he was General Secretary of United Nations. And I started to work with him, and his ideology was for me at that moment very good, especially for youth and especially for international affairs because of his experience. And throughout 4 years, I passed through, I can say, 9 circles of hell. Because I was candidate for MP, I was candidate for mayor of my hometown city, and I was dealing with youth policies, and a lot of things was like in my political life. And yeah, about elections, last year we had parliamentary elections. This year in June we had local elections, and as I mentioned, I was candidate for mayor of city of Valjevo in western part of Serbia. And why I want to say this, my campaign was focused on one message box. That message box was stop brain drain. Because I'm someone who came back from abroad, and I wanted to show people that young woman, entrepreneur woman, who is educated. Yeah, I have experience with international affairs and with local national policies, and that was actually one kind of good hope. For not just for young people. My main voters actually was retirement communities, and was amazing experience. So yeah, we failed. We didn't get in local governmental because, of course, I was part of opposition. We didn't have time to get ready, to get prepared, not time for coalitions. Why I'm telling this? Because even opposition in Serbia is very in bad condition. There is no opposition in Serbia. Everything is covered over governmental of now current president and his governmental and his people. So what is only positive side is that unfortunately we had very bad situation in last month. We lost 15 people because one part of roof of main station in city of Novi Sad fell on people and they killed them. And now what's happening? Young people, youth, activists, students, they closed universities and now they're on streets. I'm with them as an activist, no like political leader. And we are trying to stop to be more disasters, and because we are not losing just our ideology and our country, we are losing people. So very bad conditions, very bad situations, but what is hope? Hope are young people, youth, who gonna come out like in front of this, should be like Napoleon ideology, and to create not just new policies, to create new energy, create new strength and power to support another young people just to not leave this country, because that's the most important in this moment.
Thank you, Mirjana. Thank you for sharing your story. And we heard also today a different panel. Serbia was mentioned a lot of times, but it was not a chance for us to hear something from someone from Serbia. And it is really important to hear the voices of people who are coming from Serbia, because if we are mentioning someone, we need also to give a chance to that side to say something. But also what is mentioned today is the role of Serbia in the region. Somehow that what is happening in Serbia can influence other countries, other societies in the Western Balkans, and we know that there is a specific role of your society, and unfortunately I believe that all of us who are present in a panel know that the state of young people in Serbia right now, it's not good, that freedom of assembly is questioned, that freedom of speech of young people is also under questions, and it is then not a surprise for us that there is a failure, like a ending of your story and political engagement, but we hope you will not stop with it. But there's one successful story, and that is story from North Macedonia. Yetmir, you got the chance to be like a president or the president of the municipality council of municipality of Chayr in Skopje. So can you give us a recipe how to become the youngest president of the municipality council in North Macedonia? And do you think that it is specific because of your personal engagement, or maybe that situation in North Macedonia is better than in other Western Balkan countries?
Thank you. I know the recipe, but I'm not that type of person that I don't share the secret, so I will share with you all. I think the reason, first of all, is it's all combined. Like the youth of the community that I come from, they are known in North Macedonia as the most active youth community. Besides that, my municipality is the youngest with average age, like 35 years old is the average age of citizens who live in my municipality. For me, I started when I was a high school kid. With a group of friends, I started like cleaning parks, doing court murals and something like that, friendly activities, and then I catch the eye of the mayor of our municipality, which now is the first deputy prime minister of North Macedonia, and he called me then. I was like 16 years old, and he called me like to be part of municipality, like just to engage and to give ideas as a young person in the community. After that, I started studying, and I got more busy than to be just to take in consideration the municipality activities. And I started an NGO and things like that. And when I was 19 years old, I got the call from the mayor, which also was vice president of the political party. And he asked me to become also the president of the youth wing. So I got politically active from 19 years old. Now I'm 29. And being from a young age so politically active, it gave me a lot of experience. I got the chance to meet with a lot of politicians with big experience in my country. And I was all the time asking for their advice, what do they suggest? And all of them were saying like, you should start, if you want to build a career, you should start from local level. And okay, when you hear something from a member of the parliament, from a minister, and you take it like from a professor, you take it like for granted, you know, you start believing it. And so I started to make a campaign. I had friends on high schools and friends who were like in the student organizations. And I started meeting them, discussing about their problems and something like that. And I found a place where none of the politicians were meeting or were hearing them. So I found a place where I became their voice. So I went there and hear them what they say, and then to transfer it to the political party or to the government. And that's when I I started getting more support. I believed in that. But when it came to be the leader of the list for the candidate of municipality council, I was facing problems with the older people, with the seniors, because there were also people who were ambitious and wanted to be on that list. But with the support of the political party and the youth community of Chair, I arranged to be the leader of that list and then to be elected as the chairman of municipality of council. But when I became that was the biggest challenge, because I was the youngest and I was representing all the young people there. And my responsibilities were that if I fail, then next time when a young guy or a young girl will want to be part of that council or to be in a position of decision making, the people will not believe to the youth. So that's why I took it, I didn't sleep for the 6 months until I learned the job, what it is to do, because it's tough to make decisions and to debate with people all the time who are much more experienced than you are. And with that, I started taking initiatives. Now it's my 4th year as a chairman of the municipality council. I built with the council, we built 3 youth councils in our community, which before that there were none. And we built a library. Now we're planning to build a youth creative hub or an open space for the young entrepreneurs. So this was the impact of one young person in our community, in the municipality council. Of course, that was made with too much argumentation and debating with other councillors, but I managed to do that with the help of a lot of people and a lot of my advisors who wanted me to be successful on that. And after that, our political party in the elections, when we won the elections now 6 months before, they reflected on that. And now they gave a chance to 3 or 4 young people who are in the government now. We have Deputy Minister of Transportation, which is 33 years old, I think. We have a lot of directors of institutions who are under the age of 30, which this is a really good thing. But the party reflected because they saw the impact of the youth people of their community. Beside that, I'm so sorry about my colleagues which come from other parties of other countries of the Balkans, because North Macedonia is known as the most youth-friendly country. We have the law for youth participation. We have a young club of the MPs, and we are now planning to put a census, like every 3rd person or 4th person in the list of MPs to be young people. So I think this is not just a case of me, because I did it with a lot of friends, which we formed let's say a group of young people who were in positions, and we said that we need to show off ourselves so other young people will get the chance also. So
great, thank you. Yetmir mentioned something like there is youth cohort in a national parliament of North Macedonia. For Bosnia and Herzegovina, maybe it will also exist, but then we need young MPs, I believe, if we want to have youth cohort. Well, with these 6 stories, we would like now to open the floor for your questions, if there are some. If not, for sure, I prepared some questions for them, additional questions, but if there are some questions from you, we would like to hear it now. We have one in the first row. You can ask it like general questions to someone.
Yeah, it's a general question to all the panel. In the previous panel, we heard a lot about the need for reconciliation, treatment of minorities, coming to terms with the past, all of that. Now, as younger people, do you share that necessity, or is your emphasis on looking to the future, a clean slate, and looking at a new future rather than looking to the past?
Amila, who want to start, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you for the question. As somebody who used to work in transitional justice, it is something very important to the youth in Bosnia-Herzegovina. However, the perception, let's say, of transitional justice and reconciliation varies from region to region, city to city. Simply put, every city, every village has their own story, and these stories aren't really being heard, regardless of the ethnic background, regardless of the territory, etc., etc. It's something that I believe youth in Bosnia-Herzegovina want to put into forefront. I personally believe that the last war happened because we were ignoring the previous wars and the previous conflicts. We were trying to put it under the carpet and forget about them. The true path forward is reconciling with the previous times, with what happened before, and trying to find a mutual agreement on how to move forward. So I would say that reconciliation is important for the youth. However, we have a different perspective on it. We're seeing what our parents went through when they were our age, and we don't want to experience that, and we don't want our children potentially to experience that again. And that's why I believe that also security is an issue and is a rising issue for brain drain in Bosnia-Herzegovina and the region as well, simply because we don't want to experience that. And if we're unable to put us into it, we'd rather just move away.
Maybe like someone who is also from Bosnia-Herzegovina can add something. I believe that reconciliation was hot and important topic after the 90s, in the early 2000s, and it was like we need to reconcile in the region. But with some countries joining EU, we are not sure who needs to reconcile with whom right now. Because we are constantly now talking about Western Balkans 6. Not Western Balkans, okay, but Western Balkans 6 joining European Union. And when I say to my mom, you know, I'm working in the Western Balkans, she's saying, okay, nice, you are going to Croatia. And I said to her, no, I'm not going to Croatia. You know, Mom, Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Montenegro. And she said, no, but Croatia needs to be there. And for her generation, for sure, it is important maybe to define some things which happened in the 90s, even earlier, but somehow, like a part of different political processes, we define that reconciliation also and the building peace will happen in a group of the Western Balkans 6, and then maybe you will have Maggie and Albanians from Albania will say, but what with us? Why we need to reconcile and with whom? In the region. So reconciliation, regional issues, and political processes, that is maybe a triangle where we need to look for the answer, if I can add. Do we have maybe some other questions from the audience? Yeah, we have.
Thank you very much for sharing your impressive CVs and your engagement with us. I have a question for Jetmir. It sounds familiar what you actually told the audience or spelled out about dealing with the top dogs as a very young person. And I would be interested how you actually dealt with these more senior or very senior people or the top dogs. How did you manage to, be successful despite them being there and trying to continue being important?
So that was the hardest part. You have to face, to debate with people who are more experienced, they have more knowledge than you, but they don't have the will the same as you have. The seniors are more like relaxed, you know, but they are afraid of young people that they will take their place. And that's where the problem comes. For me, I have to do politics with all of them. I was first with the councillors and with the mayor also, because some people started talking, he is now 25 years old and he's fighting for the next mandate to become the mayor. And that's where the problems started, you know. But I was, I was lucky to know most of them and to know what they wanted for themselves. And so I started helping them, some of them to make some documents. For example, the mayor wanted to take pictures all the time with people. And so I started arranging meetings with people to him, so he would support me when I need something or something like that. So it's really tough because every time you give an idea or you say something which you believe it's good for your community, and the seniors say, oh, wait, you are too young, you have to learn a little bit. It's too hard to get their support. And I understood that the only way to get the support of the older people is when you find what's their interest. Because people, when they are more to say a senior age, they play by their interests and not about the community needs. Me as a young person, now I have a family, but then I wasn't married. And all my things were for the community, to help my friends and my relatives and everyone. But the older people were trying to just take something for themselves. So that's why I think it's really important to give the chance to younger people, because they have the energy and they have the will to do more good things for the community than the seniors. And when we have some young people and some seniors, it's a good balance for the community and for the bigger interests. So that's it.
Thank you, Yetmir. I don't see more hands, so, or there is, no, there is not. We have, okay. Is it to someone directly or?
Можем и на македонски.
Just for people who are just not understanding Slavic languages, and to Maggie one. Rest of us will understand.
На български.
Can we just one more for Maggie? Just can we have?
Окей. Искаш транслейт? Дай му транслейт. Ако не, после като ти го кажем на македонски, нямаш проблем. Мога? Имам въпрос до Йетмир.
I got a question to Yetmir as a young politician in Macedonia. How can we involve young people in politics, and the young Bulgarians in Macedonia, in Macedonian politics, because many of them feel persecuted, and I was a student there, and I had to flee from the country, so I have a better life. So how can I go back? Because I was involved in NGOs in North Macedonia, but then I was sent away.
Well, that's a big problem for our country now, but it's not a big problem for the young people of our country. I'm so sorry if you if you have a bad experience with the young people of North Macedonia, but as we all know, North Macedonia is like 40% with minorities and 60% are Macedonians who live there. So it's a country of minorities. Me as Albanian who live in North Macedonia, I know the importance of giving the right to other minorities. As I fight for myself as Albanian, I fight for the Romans, for the Bulgarians, Serbians, and all other minorities that live there. I think that bad influence is in the North Macedonia, but the situation with Bulgaria. But the hope is that we, the young people, can change that. And when we start to get informed and we want to the best for our country, we will see that a neighbor country will not be a problem, as long as the neighbor country treats us with respect and we treat them also with respect. But I have been in the same situation as you were as an Albanian too many times. I was like used a lot of bad languages for me, because also there is type of hate speech for the minorities, all minorities in North Macedonia, but we, the young people, are working together. For example, Eden is a good example how young people with same goals and same views, political views, different political views, but same goals to achieve the European Union and to have a better life in our countries. We became together, 800 people, and for example, for me it's not a problem to discuss and to do something together with a Bulgarian, or as an Albanian with someone from Serbia or from other countries. So I think the main problem is that we are being manipulated by the media just because some people want to profit from us. And I am open for you to discuss it together after the panel, and maybe we can do something to take action and to start solving that problem. Thank you.
Well, we have more questions. Okay, great. Then I need to throw this. Okay.
One provocative one. I have some doubts about youth policies. You know, you said you established a library for youth. So it means that me, as an older man, are not welcome there? Or if young people are especially welcome and I'm not, isn't that discriminatory to myself? Or if you established a hub for young people to help them for their entrepreneurship, are older people discriminated? You said you would like to have quota for young people. So isn't that limiting the free will of people or party leaders or parties to create their list as they want? Or maybe retired people should say, you know, they don't care about our dignity, we should have at least 30% of the list retired people. Then the disabled people would say, then we have this kind of woman. You know, I'm a little bit sick in European Parliament. We had these quotas, tons of these quotas. So many trans people, so many LGBT, so this quota, that quota, you know. So what do you think in general? So I would like you to be what you are, because you are good, not because you're young, if you understand. So for me, as a conservative, I would like that we have clear distinction. What are the most important criteria? If somebody is stopping you because you are young as general and have some prejudice, I will be against him. So for you to show your quality. But if you want more than this, if you have some kind of protected position, then I will be against that. Sorry for being provocative, but I would like you to say what you think about your youth policies.
We are pretty running out of time, so I would ask my panelists just to be concrete. And you triggered Montenegrin strong women. So I believe that Jetmir will first answer shortly and... Oh, be ready.
Okay, it's working. Thank you. So, thank you for your question. It is provocative, but I think here in the panel, all of us already talked about a few topics that were provocative. So, you know, I think being provocative is sometimes a good thing while there is respect. And for libraries, for youth hubs, of course that it is not forbidden for older people. If you feel old, then that's your problem. But you are a grandfather. Oh, congratulations then. But it is definitely not forbidden. We have also that kind of similar stuff in our countries. But to be very frank with you and very honest, why do we live in this kind of world? It is your fault, because you did not left for us a better place to live in, and now we have to fight for, you know, our own place. And I'm not saying based it on ideology. I'm just saying that a lot of people are blaming the youth for not taking action, while honestly, all of us, we are trying very hard, but sometimes we do not get the support that we need, like the colleague here from North Macedonia. He had to fight very hard to be in this position, and sometimes we do not... That's normal. But to end this provocative answer with a provocative question, it's to be, for me personally, for a society to be prosperous, I think it is of a great importance to find what's in common, regardless of generations, regardless of gender, regardless of ideology. And I know that's the hardest part maybe. But we need to be a healthy society where everybody can actually feel welcome.
Okay, and seems like you will, also you will have answer from Bosnia and Herzegovina, from Amila. Probably she's again triggered by your question, or maybe something else she heard.
No, it's... when it comes to censuses, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's kind of, we love censuses, so I wouldn't mind one more census. It doesn't really matter, apparently, in our system what your qualities are, it's more which nationality you are. So if you're going to go the route of discriminatory censuses, I would love to see a minority census in Bosnia and Herzegovina and a youth census, simply because we don't have a representation we need due to illogical or outdated censuses. So I would love to actually rather address that question maybe in our countries than focus on the youth, because in my opinion, censuses are good as a first stepping stone. We see that with women's censuses or gender censuses, that we can just get used to the idea of a woman being a politician. It's the same with the youth. It's not supposed to be, it's supposed to be a temporary measure rather than a long-term one, which unfortunately we can see in Bosnia and Herzegovina, long-term ones aren't the best solution.
Jetmir? Okay, Jetmir would say something short, because the question was originally for him.
So, the library is also for the older people, but the young people who go there, they don't have the money to go to a place to study or something like that. So we made a free library, You as an older person, you have your salary, you have your job, and you can afford to buy a book and, I don't know, go to a coffee shop or something, go to the park. But the younger people are all the time studying. Their daily job is studying, and that's why we need it more to be like free of charge. I also understand your situation about the quotas, but before the quotas, there were no young people in the parliament. And so, about the thing that you said, good people, good young people who have, I don't know, who are good. How do we define that if they are good enough? Because as older people, you can say you're not good enough, which you should stay at the end, or you should just hold the flags of the political party and something like that. The first problem comes at the political parties, because the older people have much bigger influence in the political party than the young. They see the young people as their, how to say, just workers, simple workers, not the people who would give the idea and would push the political party, or they don't just accept their ideas, because we are considered as, you know, as babies. You don't know anything. We know the most thing. So he's asking to be short, but we can continue.
Okay, we will have Maggie with
just
few
a sentence
sentences
about
and we are wrapping up then.
About the innovation hubs for youngsters. I think it's really important to have innovation hubs about young people. In Albania, for example, it's very expensive to get private computer science courses, and I've seen young people like 10 years old in Albania and also Pristina, now that we've gotten innovation hubs, learning how to code and learning to do things that before it was extremely hard to get and to learn. So I think it's really important to have those innovation hubs.
Okay, thank you all. We will wrap up now because we need to finish for sure. Maybe this is suggestion for organizers, because this panel was provoking so much questions and reactions, maybe to put it at the start of the event, not at the end, because all of you want to now prepare for gala dinner for sure. But maybe just why it is important for European Democracy Youth Network to be part of these events is because we want to talk about young people from the perspective of young people. And we are asking also European conservatives to speak about conservative ideology from their perspective. But let young people to speak about youth issues. Thank you once again for listening to us. I want to say big thank you for my panelists, and I will ask for applause for them. And as all of us will be tonight at the gala dinner, if you wanna, you can reach us and maybe discuss some topics more. Thank you for your attention.
Certainly. Thank you, Nicola, for moderating this panel. I always love the young energy that comes at the end when everybody's still tired, you know, from the whole day. But, you know, we always finish strong, and I certainly look forward to seeing you next year to our event, which this now concludes our conference. I hope that you've all enjoyed it. It has become a tradition, one that we would certainly continue in the future as well. But now it has come time for me to invite Mr. Angel Jambaski, one of our two hosts, to close the conference, and then we can wave each other goodbye and go on to bigger and better things tonight. See ya.
Use your headphones for the translation. Okay.
Some of the young people on stage don't need interpretation for sure, especially if we talk more slowly. We can understand each other without interpreters. Mr. Van Orden, Mr. Berg, Mr. Ilčić, colleagues, thank you for today. Thank you for being here to share your experience and to lend some meaning to this conversation. As we mentioned in the beginning, undoubtedly, Western Balkans belong to the European Union. The obstacles need to be overcome categorically. The criteria from Copenhagen need to be implemented. The contracts need to be implemented so that North Macedonia with which we have fraternal feelings, and Albania and Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro and even Serbia if it wants, although I'm not completely sure, but it's a matter of the population in Serbia. If they wish to be a part of the EU, where they belong culturally, historically, politically, and if they share common values and common direction, you cannot be a part of the EU and play with other third countries. You cannot play the policy of the time of Yugoslavia, to be between two chairs and to be friends with one party and the other party. It's time for elections, and for these elections to be it's time for choice, and for this choice to be implemented. I hope that next year, when we gather again, for the negotiations to have started with some of the applicant countries, others to have unfrozen their negotiations in order to meet the criteria, because after the Western Balkans, the process of ensuring security this part of Europe should include Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. Without this, there will be no security and no calmness, economic security, prosperity, market, and a chance for young people to study, learn, travel. I was young recently myself. If Ilčić is a grandfather, I'm a father, so we are moving along the same pathways, which is natural. I would like to finish by something Jeffrey started in the beginning, but we didn't discuss it. In order for the defense union to be strong, it should not be divided. I respect the French idea for independent European defense, but this is unreasonable in the context of wars around the EU. The EU shouldn't compete with NATO. There is no logic in this. What needs to happen is for NATO to be filled with meaning, and the countries in Western Europe should start to return to the principles of responsibility to their own defense, to set aside funds, to arm their armies, for there to be unified center of command, to have the NATO Schengen, because now if we need to have military parts moving, there will be so many documents necessary that any war will have ended and not in our favor. So these things need to happen. Thank you once again. It's not by chance that you, the youth, are the closing part of this conversation, because this is the next generation, the next level. When you hear our conversation in the day, you will be able to consider this and to think what to say in the evening, and then in the gala dinner. This conversation is not over. We're going to continue it in the gala dinner. Blag will tell you about the technical issues. Thank you, and see you next year.
Thank you, Mr. Jamalski. Just one last remark. If I can ask you, going out of the room, to take your translation devices to return back to the organizers. This will help us immensely. Thank you so much. And I shall be... Yeah,